Whoa, what can I do for you?
Okay. Hi, everybody. If you can hear me, I hope that works. I had to adjust my mic settings. So I see here, Scribe Light, if you're talking script, we can't hear you. Well, I'm talking now. I was getting I was getting the status of my mic, but I guess it wasn't broadcasting out. But everything is all good now. So happy to see every one of you here today. So happy New Year's Eve, everyone, to the last day of 2022, at least on the Eastern time zone here where I am in Canada at the moment. So on the new system, I'm bouncing between this and a laptop to make sure I can read your chats and play. It makes it much more reliable. I was using my phone previously, and that thing was heating up. But now I'm here. And there's Scrub. There you go. Yep, you can hear me. So happy that's the case. So I've got the Flesh Doom quest. So I gotta figure out what that is, and where to go. So yeah, that's got to be somewhere in hell. So I've gotta try and remember where that is. Hopefully, I'll be able to find it as I travel through the area. So I've just got to zoom out a little bit to remember where the entrance. There's the entrance to hell. Okay, and zoom back in more so that if you're watching this on phone or another screen, you know what's going on. So I've got, let's see, got Stone Golem. I think I'm gonna want. Is there Chain Lightning? I have Chain Lightning. So yeah, there it is. I'm gonna want Chain Lightning as my backup because that's a good spell. Don't have a whole lot of mana. Do have a maximum resistive lightning. So let's go down to hell and see where I can dispatch this Shadow Fang.
I must be getting close.
Thing here. Okay. All right. So let's see. That's back to town. That's up to level 12. So I'm in level 13. Okay. All right. So we gotta find this Flesh Doom. And we got Morgan King is here. Hello, Morgan King. Hello, everyone, and Script Doctor. Hey. So we got Scribe Light, Matt G. I see Matt G's there. Yo, good to see you, buddy. And Morgan King, thanks for joining me. So it's Flesh Doom time. We got to figure out how to dispatch this in the depths of hell. So I got to reorient myself with this game again. So I got Griswold's Edge because I do prefer the clubs, but I just don't have a club that's better than the sword at the moment. Okay, that didn't do anything to me. That's good. Man, not gonna need that. A little worried that there's not any demons or things down here. Don't know what to expect. We also got Chad Rupanarian in the chat. Hi, glad to see you. How are you doing? So, let's see what we got. So, if you haven't caught me yesterday on Midnight's Edge of the Morning, I kind of recounted the fact that this year just flew by for me. And as I was going through my year's calendar, I was surprised with how much stuff I'd been doing. And this year just kind of went in a blip, which is unfortunate because I like things that take its time. So I'm hoping that next year will be just as fast, but I'll have a better opportunity to relish in what's going on and not have the days just come and go almost instantly, as they have been for most of this year. All right, so we got some of these demon things. Ooh, healing potion. Could use that. So yeah, let's. It's gonna take a minute for me to get back into the swing of things. So I apologize, but yeah, just hang out with me as I start slaughtering these fire drakes and these vortex lords. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're everywhere.
Not enough mana.
Okay. I
have no room.
Okay, that went better than I was expecting. Okay, let's sort out some of the inventory here. And let's see what happens. So I got Book of Elemental, got a large shield, lots of gold.
I don't want that.
Okay, so I don't need to get another one of that. That's good. All right, so Chad asks, Script Doctor, do you game between writing sessions? Not really. I'm not too big on a lot of video games. There's maybe a handful that I play. I like some of the games, and when I can get away, it's much. I greatly appreciate it. Let's go back to town and get some of the stuff identified and check out what's going on. But every once in a while, it's a great change. Change of pace for me when I play an old video game like Diablo or Diablo 2, or sometimes I have some Star Wars games. I'm a big fan of X-Wing Alliance. That's a fun game. And yeah, I'll do that every once in a while just to kind of like, occupy my mind on something else. But it's not always something I go to. There's other writers my age I know that they game hard and fast and often between scripts or jobs. So let's see what Tremaine the Priest has to say.
Fleshdoom's demise is a great good to the world, yet Shadowfang remains. It must be found and destroyed. Do not attempt to use the Demon Blade, champion. It will corrupt and madden any mortal who wields it. I alone can end its dark evil.
Okay, so he can end the dark evil. All right.
All I can do now is pray for us all.
Well, I got the Shadowfang there. Let's see what Kane.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
All right. So this not better than what I got. Not better. Can't use you yet. What's the ring? -6 to all attributes. Jeez.
Whoa! What can I do for you?
Yeah. Look at that. -10 to magic. Armor of the Fool. Doesn't even. I can't even get money for it. Okay. Prepare the equipment and let's take a look. See. That requires 81 magic. What's my magic at right now? 60. So do I have 20 magic points here that I can use? Let's see. It's just a bow and arrow. Okay. This Florida magic. Oops. All right. It's 5. There we go. That does 15 to magic. Should have switched that first. I'm very out of the loop right now. Okay. So that's all set.
What ails you, my friend?
Okay. Okay. We got Hexenhammer, -6 to all attributes. Witcher Blood Origin. So I've been told. I have not seen the show myself. Not really interested. But yeah, I understand it is not really a good adaptation, or even like a good original story within the Witcher universe. Hey, we got Real Wade Nation in the house. How are you doing, sir? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well this last day of December. So we're gonna return down to hell, get some more loot, see if we can find a way to destroy this sword. Grab that useful mana. So I am actually really glad to be back here on my channel, streaming for you guys. Just this nice little break from the normal minutia of entertainment news and disappointment, speaking with regards to Witcher Blood Origin. I did originally plan to have 2 videos released this month, but sadly, I guess YouTube has changed certain aspects with regards to their content ID stuff. I wasn't able to get a very fun video out to you guys because of that. I tried a number of different variations, but unfortunately just couldn't get past it. So I'm exploring other means to get that content out to you guys that's not restricted by YouTube's craziness. And when I do figure that out and I know it's reliable and works, I will definitely make an announcement to everyone so that they can enjoy that content, and if yeah, kind of just get things back in motion again, because I miss being able to provide you with my essays and thoughts and reviews on things outside of the normal live stream. So look forward to that. If you're not already, follow me on Twitter.
Not enough.
That's where I'll make the announcements as soon as I figure out how that's going to work. Fire Maggot the Disgusting. I like the name for this.
I can't carry anymore.
They're silly, fun, gross. All the stuff I enjoy in a good fantasy nightmare horror thing. We also have Charlie here. It says, "Hail all!" Well, hail to you, Charlie. Thanks for joining me and the rest of the chat this morning. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, we're just on the Flesh Doom quest in this game. And let's see what this book has to say.
The armories of hell are home to the warlord of blood. In his wake lay the mutilated bodies of thousands. Angels and man alike have been cut down to fulfill his endless sacrifices to the Dark Ones, who scream for one thing: blood.
Ooh. Okay. So, look at these guys just hiding out back here. Okay. Do I have room for the flail? I don't, but... Whoa! Oh, my lord. This came out of nowhere.
Not enough mana.
Oh, I heard an ambulance. There it is. Okay. All right, that's a full inventory. Let's go back to town, empty that out, see if there's anything good there at all.
All I can do now is pray for us all.
Something seems odd. I'm gonna see if I can put the Flesh Doom, the Shadow Fang thing here. I can pick up the other one.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
All right, let's see.
Whoa,
what do we got?
What can I do for you?
Regenerates 2 mana every 5 seconds. That's all right. Plus 14 to strength. Wow, half freeze duration. Let's save that for another character. 10 to strength, minus 4 mana. Wow, that's 10 to magic, 5 to strength. That's 4. Wow, these are all like pretty good things. I don't know if I want to get rid of them. Let's see. That does 6 to magic. That does 10 to magic. So we're gonna swap that out. We'll go back to here. Okay, use it to you. Let's get Amulet of Strength. That's a Sword of Strength, huh? Let's see. Is there a way I can play with that? No. I'll put you over here then. And Book of Firebolt. We can get rid of that. That's not near as good. Now we got 10 to magic. Ooh, okay. Let's okay, cool. All right, got an extra book read. Oh, wait, hold on. Does this open any books up? It does not. Okay. Thought it would. Hoping. Unfortunately not. Okay. Not going to use the rings, but we're going to sell that. Going to sell that staff for some much needed cash. And we're going to see. I'm going to see if I can pick up the other Shadow Fang sword. Earlier.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Do you have any books that are good? Book of Healing, Sacrifice, Frost Shroud? Nah, nothing. Okay. Okay, we also have Neil here says, "Hey Script, I hope you're enjoying the New Year's weekend. The same goes for everyone else. Yeah, it's going okay for me. Got some plans this evening that looking forward to. Just some subtle, at home things with the girlfriend. But yeah, just looking for a nice quiet night in, and I hope everyone else, if you got plans going out to a big celebration or party, I hope it's going to be fun and entertaining for you all. And uh, if you're in a colder place, stay warm, and if you're in a warm place, stay cool.
I can see why they fear this weapon.
Yeah. So, and I'm hoping that's a good time for people to get some achievable New Year's resolutions. Those are always the best ones to have, and that we can make 2023 a memorable and far more enjoyable year than the previous ones we've had. They've not been the greatest. I think it's fair to say. But we do the best we can with what opportunities are available. Book of Mind Mace. That's cool. Okay. That's down to level 14. So that's... It's a scroll attempt. That'll be useful. Okay. Make sure I got plenty of room for any of the cool stuff that's yet to be here. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. We got a Dega Outlaws here. Good morning, sir. How are you? We also got Nico Spati. Good morning. Glad to see you here. And Tree Rock Creations, who says the YouTube algorithm is tough. Can't rely on it. I've tested it. This New Year's means new strategy. Yeah, they change everything all the time. It seems that way to try and be quote unquote current. I don't know. Kind of miss the old days when YouTube started back in like 07, 08, where you could just put almost anything up and you had to be extremely lucky in order for it to trend. Rory Mitchell is in the chat. He says, achievable. So world peace is not recommended as a resolution then. It's not if you think you can't do it. It would be nice, but I don't even understand. I don't really quite understand what world peace would really look like. That's a tricky one, but yeah, for yourself, it's always good to focus on things that you could probably pull off, even if they are a little difficult, because it's always about getting one step closer to being what you want out of, and getting what you want out of life. We got Neil here says, agreed, I'm just taking a break from playing Hollow Knight. I want to be more consistent all around for the new year. Heck, I just finished figuring out a loose structure for my story needs work. Hey, that's awesome. Outlining is very important within the writing process. Saves a lot of saves you a lot of headaches. I know a lot of people that just jump into a story and they get out there as like a proper formatted draft of a script, and they say, that's it, I'm done, I don't need any more. And you read it and you feel kind of embarrassed for them because they put a lot into it, they had great inspiration, but it just doesn't hit the way they want. And you say, hey, this needs work. And then instead of using that draft to sort of formulate it or treat it as an outline and formulate it into a new version, they kind of go just to the blank screen and try to rewrite it all over again, which kind of just puts you in a spinning cycle, spinning your wheels, kind of like in a mud ditch or something of that nature. So you don't always get to progress your story's quality that way. That's why I'm a big proponent of outlining. Just makes things easier, and when you get lost in your script as you're doing your first official draft, you just go back to the outline, get yourself back on track. A lot easier to do that than to find convoluted ways to write yourself out of a bind or a corner. There we go. Neil continues and says, but I'm proud that I got it done, and I'm in the phase of tweaking the elements and figuring out plot holes, tightening the writing. Yep, that's a great strategy. Great strategy to have with your writing, whether it's an adaptation or original story. Just figuring out the initial story itself and the rules of your world, very, very important. Always good to have that. I commend you, sir. That's this very, very smart way to approach something. Also, it boosts your confidence a bit more because if someone reads it and has questions, you've done the due diligence, the legwork to hopefully provide them with the answers, and then that might open up opportunities or inspire you to find creative ways to answer that question within the context of the story, so that anyone else who's reading it or experiencing it that has that question will get an answer at some point in the adventure you're telling. And that's always fun to do. There we go. Potions are done quite well.
I have no room.
Oh, kind of true. There we go. All right. Chad completely forgot that it was New Year's Eve. Well, I guess you've fortunate to have a very busy time. I almost forgot it was Christmas this year. Kind of screwed up my Fridays and numerical parts. If I didn't have family to remind me, I probably would have just missed it. He also got a Dig Outlaw. It says, I often have the outline as the last page. As I fill in the story, I remove points that I hit or adjust the outline as I go along. Great strategy as well. Just, like your outline is not set in stone. Like that's the one thing I always get into arguments with other writers who are very much against outlining, is that they think that you have to stick to the outline. You have to set it in stone. It can't change. It's like, no, it's really there just to help you with a foundation. But if you, in the process of writing your draft, discover something new or a new angle or have a new scene, you work that in with the help of the outline. You don't have to stick 100% to it. It's just there to keep you on track if you ever go off the rails to the point where you have no idea what to do next. That's its purpose. If you stick to an outline, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, some people they like to just use it as just a roadmap, a guide map for what's going on. And I'm a big fan of that method. Okay, that was a little intense. Okay, got a bow that I don't know if I have enough room for. Let's see. No, I do. Okay. Let's go identify that and get that done. Oops. Oh. All right, now, we got Tremaine. He's got something to say.
Light be praised! You found the cursed demon blade. Only its destruction can ensure the safety of us all. Wait, what treachery is this? Oh, it burns! Hellfire consuming me! You must take this to the Hellfort and cast it in before... No!
What? Holy crap!
This
gone.
blade must be destroyed.
That's immolation right there. Holy crap.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Oh, we have Adrian Kalitz. Hey, says Script Doctor. Hey, Adrian, nice to see you. And Neil, your advice on treating each scene like a mini movie helped me slow down and figure out where I wanted to go. I still need to flesh out the details. It's a sword and sorcery world with hard magic. That is awesome. I love sword and sorcery worlds. But yes, treating each scene or tight set of sequences like a montage or something like that takes place like say in a hallway or outside, then to going indoors or something, if it's a very, very tight thing, should feel like a mini movie with a beginning, a conflict, and a resolution that sets up another beginning and conflict and resolution over and over again. Those are very, very useful parts because you want to make sure that each moment has that entertaining factor. And if you can capture that in the mini movie type of way, it'll just give more value to every moment that's happening in your story. You don't really want to have a story that's just a collection of exposition and it not really with much conflict, because now it's like that hurry up and wait moment. You're just waiting for something to happen when characters in their own stories, they're supposed to be striving to attain some sort of goal, whether it's in a romantic movie where character A wants to fall in love with character B, whether it's a classic quest type of story where it's rescue the princess or slay the dragon and retrieve the gold or rescue the kidnapped children or whatever it is. You want to make sure that those types of goals and motivations are on the first thing on the mind of your main characters. And same thing with regards to your villain. They have to have the same type of motivation and goals as well. And the best type of conflict is when the villain's goals are in direct conflict with the hero's goals and vice versa, because that's where you get your drama. Let's see here. Wow, we got the Beast Stinger, 5 to 40. That's a huge gap. 93 enhanced damage, resist lightning, 30% 9 strength. Not bad. That's just a flail of swiftness. It's kind of weak on damage, so we're gonna get rid of you. I don't know why I have this cap, so we're gonna get rid of that. And that axe is kind of weak, but I'm saving that bow. That's a cool bow for a future character. And should probably get some more health. I wonder if I have some in my stash. I do. Look at that. Save myself a trip to the bank. Okay. And that's 123. That's a lot of magic points needed for that. Okay, talking to myself, but all right. All right, we have... Oh, hey, we got fellow Canadian, the Basco Scenario. Script Doctor, hope you're doing well. Wishing all the best for the new year. Bud, same to you, sir. Man, it's been a while since we've streamed. I think the last time we streamed together was on Comics Division's channel, but I hope you're doing well where you are, sir, staying warm and everything of that nature. Okay. We also got Mr. Tickled Trunk here. Happy to see you. Thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you're having a great start to the New Year's Eve today. Trying to stay warm. We're in the pluses here where I am in the north of Toronto area. And let's see what else we got going on in the chat. That Neil says, I agree with that. Kung Fu Panda 1 does a lot of what you say. For an hour and 30-minute movie, it accomplishes so much character-wise in a short time. I love the economy of storytelling. Yes. Oh my gosh. Every page is valuable. Don't want to waste those pages. Let's see here. We got Chad, who asks, have you ever thought about teaching a writing course? I would certainly attend. I used to teach. Right after I graduated college, the director and owner of the college needed a substitute because one of my teachers got an acting gig on a television show, and they had to leave for the last semester of the year. And I had just gotten my internship at Paramount at the time. I didn't have enough money to go, so I was contemplating whether or not I was going to make it. But then they approached me because I had such great references from my teachers, and I knew the material very well. They actually hired me to teach the last semester of writing at that college, and I had to go through the superintendent and get accredited to teach, which I did, and I got to be a substitute professor of writing for film and television, and it was a lot of fun, and it afforded me to go to LA and the crazy expensive rents and everything else that was going on there at that time. I might go back to it if I want to. I don't know if I'd do it in the universities again. I might find another way to do that for you all, and I'd have to come up with a new syllabus that is very, very accessible to everybody doing that, because I like the idea of just there's a value to education with regards to writing, in the sense that if experienced writers can teach you to avoid the mistakes that we've all made, that helps you grow a little bit faster. But if we can teach you it in a way where you can see the mistakes we made, how we made them, so that you can identify them as you're doing it, and hopefully it'll help you skip a couple of frustrating steps and get more into the creative aspect of things. But again, it still all comes down to, doing it, getting feedback, finding people that you can trust to provide you with honest feedback. Even some of my friends and colleagues, they always get a little frustrated if I go hard and mean on their script, and I do it only because I want them to. I know they can do far better than what they have, and they're just kind of losing the luster and the excitement of the script. But if I can just give them the right push and the right nudge, without burning a bridge, they usually end up surprising me with some very inventive and creative solutions to some of the problems they started with. But no, that's something to think about. I might do something like that. I was talking with Mexican Iron Man about alternatives to getting content and information out to you guys earlier this month for this following year. So maybe that's something I'll consider doing for you guys, as soon as I figure out an effective way for that. So thanks, Chad. That's an interesting idea. Let's just scroll back here and catch up what's going on. Mr. Tycho Trunk says, yes, I'm in the GTA. Feels weird to be at 9 degrees. Oh, you're warmer than where I am at the end of the year. But yeah, it's in the positives. Dega Outlaw, some great advice. Ideas have to match character traits. Once I have a character that plays logically and emotionally with the idea, the rest is easy. Oh my gosh, yes. How easy is it for when you say, okay, this is what the character wants. And whether it's logical to what they want or not, doesn't matter. As long as we know what they want, all you have to do when you're looking over their dialogue and looking over their actions is ask the question, does it fall in line with what they want? And if the answer is no, then you cut it. And if the answer is yes, you're on track. And if the answer is you don't know, then you got to rewrite the bit. But absolutely, that's one of the easiest things. That's also one of the biggest flaws that we've seen a lot in some of the bigger IPs being adapted by studios like Disney and Paramount. You don't get why the characters are doing what they're doing. Like there's a disconnect there, and either that's something that happened at the script level, or maybe it happened in post-production where they cut a valuable scene for time, or just didn't play well, or whatever. It's really important to make sure that those things come clearly early on in the story, so that if it does have, say, a complex plot, you can always fall back as an audience member saying, well, okay, I know this character A is trying to find the Maltese Falcon or what have you, something of that nature. It's like, we know they want to find this object or want to find this individual or what have you, and that's what's driving the story. That actually frees up a lot of confusion away from the audience. So yeah, always very good to have that in mind. Doesn't even just have to be for the main characters. Always great to do that for the supporting characters. Even if it's like, I just want to make the main character happy, like that's good enough. But ideally, if you can get some more depth in there. But really, yeah, just make sure that any character you have in your story, even if they're background characters, supporting characters, just take that moment and be like, what do they want in this story? What is their story that I'm not really telling or focusing the tale on? And what do they want at this moment? And how does it relate to the main character? Because you're bringing that other supporting character in for a reason. And even if it's just for exposition, if you can ask yourself those questions about the character, you might find a more inventive way to get across that information without it feeling like blatant exposition. Because that's another thing that when you're writing, you have to really consider, is that world building and exposition can often be interchanged and not for the benefit of what you want. World building is not really done through exposition, it's done through character experience. And that's a trickier skill to acquire, because it means you have to be far more disciplined. Because when we create a new world and we have a new story to tell, an adventure, we kind of want to just share the whole thing as quickly as possible to whoever's going to be the audience of it. And it ends up either being front loaded or too complicated for an individual to retain and understand as the story progresses. So that's why you have to kind of have your main character removed from that world, and we as the audience have to experience it with them one bit at a time. And you kind of have to hold back all the cool stuff, or at least, because I'm pretty sure, like me, I think everything I come up with for a new world is cool. So you have to kind of select what is the cool things that are prevalent to the story, and how do I lay those out in a nice breadcrumb fashion so that they enter this world at a good pace, that they can retain the rules and what's going on here, and how much am I going to have to hold back for another story, knowing full well and likely that I might not ever have another story to tell with these people, because it either might not be picked up as a show or might not get a sequel as a movie. So you just kind of have to be very careful and pick and choose. But hopefully, you do it well, so that it's an experience that people say, I want to see more of, and then you've got it. But always focus on the main story you're telling, and be disciplined with the world building, so that it's not so overbearing, and that you turn people off, because that can happen at some point. Okay. I got lots of comments in the chat. I'm loving this. Yeah, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Yes, you want to give friends a nudge without becoming a nooge. Indeed. We also have Charlie, who says, I found writing for screens from your recommendations, and he did a real-time writing series of videos, but the series is a couple of 100 episodes. An abbreviated version of that would be great. You're not wrong there. However, he does repeat some of the lessons here and there. So, yeah, it can take its time and toll on you. But I would still recommend just following along. I think he's getting pretty close to wrapping up his current project. So once that's done, he's going to start something new, and he'll cover the same stuff all over again. But it's very valuable channel. I'm sure if once it starts to grow and gets more popular, he'll probably have someone to pick some important notable lessons and put them in a condensed video one day in the future. But for now, he's a good follow. That and film courage to a degree is also pretty good. Let's see here. Neil also says Doctor Strange 2 is a good example of incompetent writing because Strange has 3 to 4 different arcs within the movie, but that's what happens when you have Michael Waldron writing it in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's not usually a good thing to brag about, saying that I or someone wrote a screenplay in 2 weeks. That just means that you're more interested in the turnaround than you are in the quality. And don't get me wrong, fast writers are very valuable in the industry, but great writers can be fast, but they don't settle after 2 weeks. Jack Grapes has a great line. He's a Hollywood screenwriter and teacher. He's semi-retired to a degree, and he says, I'm too good to write a perfect first draft, and that means that you doesn't matter how good you are on your first draft, you can do better on subsequent rewrites. So that's something to think about. Charlie's like, his channel is great. I'm learning a lot more from him than the books I picked up. Watching him do things in real time is fantastic. Yeah. I like his stuff too. Every once in a while, I'll catch a replay of his live streams, and sometimes I'll be reminded of a lesson I learned the hard way, and have to make another personal note of that. It's been a while, but it's there. Hey, we got Memes of Destruction in the chat. How you doing, sir? Your One Punch Man exercise journey is still going strong, I see. So I hope you're having a good day today. And yeah, so okay, that's take a brief respite from the chat and see if we can destroy this Shadow Fang thing, since it just took out the priest. Excuse me. I was not expecting that. Not expecting the NPCs to die. All right, so where am I? Where are we going? Let's. Dag Outlaw says, I wish I could stay a while and listen more. Good to see you do another stream, and you got to go. Well, thanks so much for stopping by. Much appreciated. And yeah, have a wonderful New Year, Adega, for you and your family. And hopefully I'll see you soon in the new year. I'm sure of it, of course. And hey, we have Six in the chat, directing people to my Twitter. Thank you so much, Six. Glad to see you here. I hope you're doing well today and that you're not being worked too hard on the day job. Because I know for some people in your positions, you don't really get a whole lot of time off. At least, so very much appreciate you being here and all that you do for all the channels that you mod. And I know Tom appreciates you a lot as well. I'm not touching cauldrons. They scare me. Another book of healing. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that was something. Nothing in any of these bodies. They've been picked dry. Neil says, what helped me was listening to Chris Vogler and Michael Hughes lectures and watching good movies that utilize the structure well. It helped me with figuring out things like the midpoint in Act 2. Oh, buddy. Lots of people have difficulties with their second act, especially their mid-act turn. And that's if they're going in the format of a traditional 3-act structure. Other people like to break the second act in the mid-act turn into 2 acts to make it a 4-act structure. But yeah, those are trickier things to get a handle on, because you're dealing with the fact that a story does have to have that moment of consequence for your hero, where something they've done has caused them to either screw up or go in a direction they weren't expecting. And you got to play that out, because that facilitates the drama. And if you don't have those points, if you don't have those consequences, then your story is going to feel a little disingenuous. And if you can't make them appear logically, they're going to feel even more disingenuous. So yeah, getting that figured out is tricky. Same thing in regards to a romance. I mean, the whole concept of the romance is that you want the characters in question to fall in love, but you have to make that action believable. You have to earn it, and you can't just make them like each other because the story demands it. You have to make them like each other because the characters find something interesting about each other, and that's what makes that's why romances are kind of really a good way to sort of make your mark in the storytelling screenplay world, because if you can make people believe that 2 fictional characters are falling in love and you want to root for them to succeed, that's a really good skill to have, and it works especially well in the sitcoms and hour-long dramas, because much of that the whole world just shook there. Much of that is done for the audience. One of the things that I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have heard before is that, in a romantic comedy or a romantic drama television show, once you get the 2 leads together, the whole thing kind of goes to crap. That's usually because once you get that couple together, it's harder to figure out the will they won't they conflict that comes anymore. But if you know how to write characters that fall in love, you can mitigate that from being a hindrance to your story, because you're exploring all the aspects of a new relationship and the complications that come with that. Okay, so pretty much explored most of this, but I'm getting lost here. Even with the map, which I hope is not too distracting for you guys, but I just want to see where I'm going. because I gotta find that thing to destroy that Shadowfang sword. I don't want to miss it. Okay, so we got a room.
Not enough mana.
Ow. Okay. Looks for vitality. I'll do that. Give myself some more life. Stay alive a little longer. Let's see if there's anything up there that's going to ambush me before that night comes. Oh. Just you. There we go. Mana potion. That worked. Let's see here. Neil has a good point. I know this might be amateurish, but also what helped me was working backwards, knowing where my main character ended and what he got allowed me to make sure Act 2 would connect with Act 3. That is not amateurish at all. A lot of professionals do that because every story has to have a direction, and if you don't know where your characters are going or where you want them to end up, that's going to make things difficult. Sometimes you can figure it out in the outlining initial draft process, and some can't. Some have to write the whole script to see where it is. They rely on those types of that discovery in the moment. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But just the fact that you're doing it definitely gets you ahead of most other amateurs writing as well. He continues to say, I treated the process like making Legos and snapping them together. If they don't fit, I tried to rework it or get rid of it. Oh yeah, that's you got to kill your baby, so to speak, when it comes to writing. Sometimes you have some great ideas that just don't fit within your story. I'm a big fan of just write down that idea, put it on like a cue card, or if you have a document of good ideas, put it in there. You might be able to find it in another story down the road. And look who's here. It's Ord's board. What are you doing up so early, sir? Glad to have you here in the chat. Just wrapping up the original Diablo. On this new system here, I can play Diablo 2 Resurrected, so we gotta get the group back together for that. Make some fun builds. So I got Mr. Tickle Trunk saying, "Hey, Ords." Yep. So let's see what we got going on here. Ooh.
Masters, it shall not be denied.
Lord of Blood.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yeah. Almost got you. Come on. I can pull this off.
Your reign of pain has ended.
Ooh, got a rare ring. Some healing. A long staff. Okay. Cool. Defeated that guy. Yes, let's get the band back together. Questing party assembled. Indeed. We got to also organize like what type of characters we have. Like it'd be, I mean, I'm not going to compel anyone to do it, but I definitely would like to see if we can get one of every class playing. That would be pretty cool. Really, really have some fun with all those skills. Of course, there are probably a couple of classes that kind of suck compared to some of the others. So I'm sure we can figure something out. All right, let's just chainmail. Ooh, a recipe. Let's learn that. Okay. That's right. I can make craft stuff with this mod. Oh, I should look at that. Yes, Mr. Tickletrunk, we're talking about Diablo 2. Resurrected. I can now play that on this new system because I've got Windows 11, which I'm warming up to. Still. I mean, I prefer Windows XP overall of any of them, but that doesn't exist really anymore. So you gotta settle for what's available. All right, let's head down to 14 here. Let's see what we got. Then Mr. Tickletrunk asks, you guys ever try out Torchlight? I like it much more than Diablo 2. I have not. I will have to make a note of that. Torchlight. The only other kind of more newer game I've played that does have kind of like medieval or pre-industrial age feel was Valheim. I got to play that a little bit. Gosh, not last year, maybe before last year. Can't remember. It's been a while. I might actually pick up that later, down the road, because it's got a building apparatus to it. You can create and build your own homes and stuff. And I like that. That's pretty creative.
I can't carry anymore.
Kind of build a city or something of that nature, maybe. Let's go back to town for a moment and get some stuff sorted out there. Neil asks, what's your take on making a good main character? Personally, I find making them likable and sympathetic can help. Wreck-It Ralph actually did this really well with Ralph. Yes. Ideally, you kind of want to make your character sympathetic and relatable. Likable is also helpful. I know there's so many screenwriters that are desperate to try and make a story about an unlikable character that you're liking in the end. It can be done, but it's a big exception to the rule. Not everyone can do it. It requires a lot of understanding
what can I do for you?
Of human nature and psychology. Ooh, $10 attribute. That's pretty good. 8 to magic. That's not bad. Ooh, no, that's terrible. 14 to strength. Okay, so got some good stuff here. Sorry, getting distracted on that. Ideally, you want to make someone your main character someone people can kind of like. Figure out a character flaw that they can overcome. For instance, when you look at Star Wars, Luke Skywalker's character flaw is that he's kind of a whiny jerk at times. He complains to his uncle. He complains to C-3PO. He complains a little bit to Obi-Wan when he doesn't get the money he wants for the car, for the speeder. But as he progresses along the story, he gets less into the complaining aspect and more in the I'm gonna try and actually do this. So that's one aspect that you can do. And so yeah, I'm big on that. Always find interesting ways to introduce and share your main characters. put it in that tab. We're gonna go here. All right. And I'm gonna need some more mana. Am I not? Yeah. Let's go to the witch and get some mana potions. Let's see. And then to further add on to the likable characters,
I sense a soul in
we
search
want
of
to
answers.
watch and experience stories of people that we would like to see in our lives, that we think, hey, if I met this person, in real life, I would like to hang out with them. I think they'd be, interesting and fun and worthy of my time, because that's exactly what you're kind of asking of the audience, is that you want them to see your characters and be like, yes, these are worthy of my time to watch and see them on this journey. Let's see, what else do we got going on here? Mr. Tickle Trunk says Valheim is a lot of fun with a small army of people playing. Yeah, I definitely would have to check out some online. I think you need to host your own server for that one, which not too big of a fan of, but I understand there's an advantage to that. Let's see. Nico, God, Diablo 2 was like crack back in the day. Oh man, yeah. I think I was still in high school when Diablo 2 came out, and it was the first game that me and my girlfriend at the time actually liked to play. She was a sorceress, and I was a barbarian, and we'd just be, if we couldn't for whatever reason hang out that night, we'd get online and get into our own game and just play that for hours, sometimes all the way until morning when we had to go back to school. It was nuts. But yeah, totally crack. Yeah, you could lose a lot of time and, oddly enough, lose some weight because you miss meals from being so excited. We got Roy Mitchell here, says Torchlight 1 and 2 were good, but didn't reach the heights of D2 for me. I actually prefer Path of Exile as the D2 spiritual successor. Ooh, interesting. I should check out Path of Exile as well. Again, these are games I don't really know much about. I kind of stay, not really intentionally stay away from that. It just doesn't cross my radar in the way that that it used to back when I was a teenager. Okay, we got those acid guys. That's I hate these.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Where would I put this?
That's a good question. Where would he put this? Oh, wow. That was quick to fill that up. Okay. It's always good to get some money. You never know what sort of repairs or cool things you'll need to get. What else do we have going on in the chat? Mr. Tickle Trunk, it was when D2 came out. I did an all-night LAN with 3 friends. We ate horrible food, drank lots, and got into the jungle in one sitting on our first go. You got all the way to Act 3 on your first go. That is impressive. I was way too interested in Lut Golan at the start because I liked the desert atmosphere. It was really cool and very different compared to the rest of Diablo. But yeah, that was a great game. We got 6 here. Says Lucas flawed, which is why he's a believable character as opposed to Ray, who is practically perfect in every way, and not fun in the Mary Poppins practically perfect in every way aspect. Or yeah, Diablo 2 is goated. It is peak gaming. I I mean, I'm pretty sure there's definitely other games out there that I am not aware of that are probably superior to it. But man, did I really like Diablo 2. Even when you guys walked me through Diablo 3, I thought, it seemed a little bit more complicated in regards to like the armor and the spells and all that stuff. Just felt like it was kind of straying away from what made Diablo awesome, which is like mortal men and women with magical, like earning and gaining magical abilities to fight the forces of hell.
Where would I put
Diablo
this?
3 got more into like, why is there armor with angel wings and why does it look like 40k? I don't know much of anything of 40k other than like the photos that people have sent me on Twitter or email. Oh wow, there's so Neil says, I also find that a lot of modern female Hollywood characters are so unlikable because it's like the writers are afraid of putting them through danger. For example, Rey in the sequel trilogy is a good example. Yep, there's that. Some writers can do it. I recently was just part of my writing that I was doing this morning was talking about a Matt Nix project. He's doing True Lies, the television series, which the pilot I think debuts in March. I've had the script for over a year, and I plan to do a video on it. But again, YouTube weird. But I do have this script
Hello,
for
my
the review
friend.
ready.
Stay a while and listen.
Again, if I can find a way to share that with you guys, that works, I will. But yeah, he actually writes.
What can I do for you?
He knows how to write strong female leads and put them through the ringer, and not sort of do so by tearing down the male characters. One of the things I'm pretty sure some of you have heard me mention this on other live streams is he did the Turner and Hooch Disney Plus series, which is clearly him just kind of scoffing at the check boxes required for some shows with your strong female leads and diversity and inclusion and equity stuff. He just finds rational and logical ways to get those things in there that don't break or destroy the story, or tear down the characters. He does it with reverence to everyone that he's writing with. His only flaw that I have found is that everything he writes feels like it still takes place, between the years 2005 and 2009. But outside of that, his approach to the craft is something that I quite admire. All right, so where got all these acid spitters? Okay. I'll just need to clench my thirst here. Did I say clench? I meant quench. Jeez. See, that's why I got a drink. So where is this forge? Gotta find this forge. Plate mail.
Not enough mana.
Here we go. Is there a... Oh, wow, these guys confuse me. Oh, my God.
Not enough mana.
Ah.
Not enough mana. Not enough
Ooh, that was tough. Yeah, they almost killed me there. That's, okay, that was crazy. All right, let's get that gold. Let's head back to town for a minute and get some healing potions and see what you guys are saying in the chat. All right. So Rory Mitchell says, from a gameplay perspective, it's the random loot generation and the complexity and depth of itemization that really hooks players in Diablo. That is one aspect to it I like. I really like the all the cool things that you can get with armor and weapons and how they have their own advantages and disadvantages.
Hello, my friend.
Makes
Stay a
the
while
game
and
interesting.
listen.
Let's see, what else do we have here? Neil asks, do you think that the current economic conditions are going to impact what is going to be greenlit by studios for 2023? Hard to say at this point. I think Warner Brothers is probably going to be one of the spearheads to the new way studios are picking and selecting things. Just in the fact that
Whoa, what can I do
David
for you?
Zaslav he cares, but also doesn't care, in the sense that he cares about making the studio successful, about making all the properties successful and working. But if they're not successful, he doesn't care. He'll cut it and start all over again. As I've mentioned in other streams before, many years ago now, it's been, since at least 2015, I think. I used to date someone who was a production assistant, and not like this on-set PA, but like in Hollywood, assisting producers of shows that were on Discovery at the time. And they worked with David Zaslav, and many times, if the show was not performing, he's like, "Okay, we're getting rid of it. No ifs, ands, or buts. If this is done, no more shooting. Everything that's been cut together and ready to go, that's going to go, and that's going to be the end of it, and we're moving on." He did not care. He also didn't hold the grudges against the people that made the shows that weren't too successful. If your show got canceled, but you had a good idea and it looked like it had potential, he would not, blacklist you or ignore you. You could still pitch to him or his office again and get another shot. That's at least what I got from that experience. I don't know if that still holds true today. I would assume it does, but I could be wrong. So I think he's probably going to be the one to sort of set the standards. 2023 is going to be a poor year for Warner Brothers, and I think he knows that.
I sense a soul
suspect
in
that
search of answers.
once 2024 comes around, not just with what they do with DC, but also some of the other original content that they're trying to explore, I think that's probably going to do well for them. At least I hope it does well for them. That'd be nice, because I've been subcontracted by Warner Brothers subsidiaries before and worked with them, and some of the stuff was ridiculous, but some of it was a lot of fun, and they were very encouraging for people that had creative ideas and wanted to experiment, and hopefully that that remains
What
true
ails you, my
even
friend?
with Zaslav's new regime. So we're in that wait and see period right now. Want to think of the best of things, but I know that's not always the case. But there's no harm in that approach either way. Mr. Tickletrunk says, yeah, the man fired his best friend once because he needed to. Yeah. My understanding is that they're still friends, and also that if he has another product ready to go, I don't think Zaslav's going to ignore him on that. I think that's not my understanding of his character. Is that's not what he does. And a lot of people in Hollywood don't usually tend to ignore people that just had a good idea, but the show didn't take off, or the movie didn't do as well, and just the name of the game. Because again, Hollywood has no idea what is going to be successful and what isn't. They try to do their best researching what the audience is looking for and filling that need. And sometimes there's something that does, in fact, fill that need, but it doesn't. Its execution may not be to the liking of the audience and doesn't resonate as well, and so they have to go back to the drawing board and try again with another project. It's just the way it is. Nobody knows anything in Hollywood other than that nobody knows anything in Hollywood. That's just kind of the way it is. There's always exceptions to the patterns of behavior, and yeah, you just kind of have to take your best shot and hope that it resonates as well as when it did when you came up with the idea. Let's see. So Neil says the fact that WB might be entertaining a reboot of Harry Potter shows Zaslav means business because Harry Potter, the OG stuff, is lucrative, especially with the rush of fantasy stuff this year. Oh yeah, and it's not only that the rebooting of Harry Potter might also lead to an expansion of the franchise beyond not just the original films, but anything more. He's already said that he wants to work with J.K. Rowling, so if she's got other ideas, other stories, adventures, maybe she's got a better take now on Fantastic Beasts for them to explore that as another option. I think he's going to do it. The other part too is that he knows that it works and he wants to make sure he can get the best out of it. I still think I've only seen the first 2 Harry Potter films, but I know from audience reception that they're well regarded and have a huge fan base, equal to, if not greater than, the books. But in my opinion, it might be a little too early to reboot it. But if he's got direction for it, that's going to give you, as an audience, something new with the character that's faithful to the character in the universe. I think that might be a good idea to explore. A lot of normal stuff down here. Okay, let's see. Mr. Tickle Drunk, you need to almost half the game sound or boost yourself ×2. Okay, let's see if I can do that. Bear with me a second, gentlemen, ladies. Okay, I just put my mic up 30%. Don't want to go too loud because that might be a little bit too shocking. But let me know how that sounds, if that's better during the fighting stuff. Neil says, I suspect that Zaslav would love to have a follow-up to the series with an older Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but what's stopping him is Rowling's perception that actors not liking her, so reboot it. I don't know any actors that outright don't like her. I do know some that they don't want to, and they're doing this in a political way. They don't want to be considered divisive or exclusive of people that are in the fandom. And I think they're misinterpreting what J.K. Rowling's statements are, because I don't believe that J.K. Rowling has any animosity or issues with regards to the fans of her work. But she also doesn't want, I guess, bad actors to exploit certain areas of society for their own nefarious purposes. And I think she's made a distinction between the bad actors and those that are probably going through something that need support and help. Again, actors are not the best informed people. And even on myself, I don't have much I can else comment on that other than the fact that I pay very close attention to the words that are being said and how they're being said, because again, you're talking about talent that is being set up and somewhat manipulated by certain journalistic entities to get basically to drum up controversy, ideally. So that's why I always take a moment before I comment on such things, if I feel like I have to comment on something. But no, I totally can understand the perception that, yeah, if there are some people there that don't like J.K. Rowling or have at least expressed opinions that could be interpreted as them not liking J.K. Rowling, it's best to distance yourself from that, because you need a brand that's got a sturdy foundation with everyone involved. So, and yeah, one person can definitely ruin it for a lot of people. And if that happens, you kind of have to make the hard choices. Hopefully that's only a blip in that's occurring at the moment in the industry, because it's been around for a long time. All right. Okay, so sounds much better now. Okay, I'm glad that sounds much better now. Six says, I don't care about seeing those three again. I would like to see a TV show set at Hogwarts, though. Hey, that's always a possibility. If someone can pitch a good story that has that potential, yep, your stable cast, I guess, would be Dumbledore and the rest of the staff at the Wizard House. Just make it a very fun and interesting dynamic, and try to avoid the pitfall that was Glee, because that was supposed to be a show about the Glee Club teacher, and the kids stole it away from him, and then it became 10 minutes of story and 35 minutes of singing hit songs. So
Not enough mana.
Jeez, where am I going? Ooh. Really filling up my inventory fast today here. Something.
Not enough mana.
Oop. There we go. Oop. Something dropped. Oh, it got a level up. Nice. Look at that. Where am I going to put my points? level am I? Oh, I'm 25. That's a good level number to have. All right. Oh, I think I found the place I gotta go.
Not enough mana.
Got that guy.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yay. All right. Okay, this is starting to come back to me now. I think I know what I got to do here. All right. But first, before I figure that out, let's go empty our inventory here. See what you guys are saying in the chat. Six says, Script, have you ever been hired to work on a project where you found the subject story to be incredibly boring? How do you slog your way through that? Or do you pass on the gig? I don't really ever pass on any gigs. I try to take every opportunity
Hello,
I
my
have.
friend.
I have been
Stay a while
I've
and
been part of
listen.
some things where not the showrunner, but the production above them have decided to go in a different direction, and the entire writing staff was dismissed before anything even really started, which sunk because I have not really been ever part of a show full time before. I really wish I have, because I can learn a lot, and I like the environment. I've only ever guested in rooms in a very, very different capacity. But I usually haven't been a part of anything that's been boring per se. Things that are not definitely initially a part of my interests, but as I read more about the subject matter, I tend to get interested with them because I just see possibilities.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
And that's usually how I kind of take the approach, is that if it's a subject I'm not familiar with, learn as much about it as I can and see, and if I can find possibilities to explore things in a way that I think is unique, then I'll actually be involved. And if I can't, I'll usually still try to find a way. But no, I've never found anything that's incredibly boring. So, I mean, I guess that's good. I'm certain one day I will. It would be nice to get to a point in my career where I could pass on subjects, but no. Anytime someone pitches me an idea or wants me to help them write something, I'm usually pretty interested in it anyways. Okay, so Neil says, I think what has also made me a little bit let down by modern Hollywood is the quotas. Seeing Neurotic show a page about how organizations want to crowbar diversity in existing IPs is sad. Was that the BBC thing? Because I remember something about that a while back. That was disgusting. To do that to people, I thought that was really, really disgusting. Because it really just diminishes an individual from what they can do just based on their appearance. I don't like that. I think that's a disservice. Neil continues and says, it shows a lack of confidence in making new stuff with these elements, and they want to take the easy way out. I don't even know if I'd call it an easy way out. I think I think there's some sort of lucrative aspect to it that we're not probably fully aware of beyond ESG. And I think that's what they were going, because guaranteed money is very, very tempting. And it's something that you don't always have in Hollywood, because again, you don't know if the ideas are going to resonate with the audience and work. But if someone says, hey, as long as you put these elements in there and you broadcast this show, you're going to be guaranteed this dollar amount every time. That's a type of security that this industry does not offer to anyone ever. And it's very easy to understand them wanting to follow it through. So Bruce Lombardo may want to mute the music. I'd rather you get the money than Activision. This channel isn't monetized. They're not getting anything. And if they do, I don't care. 6, seeing possibilities. That's a great outlook. Yeah, it's one that I wish more people had. But yeah, it's what I dig. I've rarely come across an idea that I think that can't work. There's always some new angle that can be explored. Charlie, I would think that kind of job would be a lot like solving a puzzle. Yeah, I guess. Well, there's a lot of problem solving, puzzle solving, in the writing aspect of things. Some people know how to do it really well without anyone really noticing, and some people just can't. As Charlie else, Canada, it's government mandated. If you want money at all, you must fill certain quotas. Oh gosh, yes, and it's been mandated prior to the ESG, DIE stuff. It's horrible. I've had arguments with people at Telefilm, at CBC, at Bell Media, Rogers Television, CTV, Global, all of those companies. Yeah, so it's unfortunate because there's a lot of talent in Canada that unfortunately they'll never get to a broader audience because they'd rather just take the grants and then get more grants to pay out back some of the other grants, because some of the grant programs here in Canada, it's not really a grant, it's just a loan, a zero interest loan to a degree. Yeah, I don't trust them. Never have. Would much rather have a legit industry here that can grow. Neil says, on a brighter note, I listened to your podcast with World Class about Power Rangers, and your script ideas sounded awesome. Huge fan of the OG Power Rangers and would love to see an animated series about it. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I was proud of that script I wrote and submitted to Lionsgate way back in the day. I wish they went with mine. I really do, because I think we probably would have been on the third movie by now if they had gone with mine. But they made the choices that they made. So it is what it is. But maybe one day, maybe if they I mean, they're supposedly doing a reboot of that. Maybe if there's some new people with Saban and whoever else is co-financing it, I can figure that out and pitch them my take, because I've got potential for that. Mr. Tickle Trunk, yeah, we have a lot of really stupid things we do in Canada that ended up screwing ourselves. We do. We do. More so over the last 25 years than ever before, which is sad. I vividly remember Canada in the 90s and even being someone who is not legal age to work, the opportunities you could get on the creative side of things were vastly far more accessible and far more open than what they have been recently. Rory Mitchell says, script, I have a question. Where does personal expression come into play for you within your general writing rules? I'm more of a musician than an author myself, but what I've learned is that after understanding music theory, the hardest thing for me was finding my own voice and style when composing. I know how and when to break the rules now. Hmm. Yeah, same rules apply, or same perspective applies with writing. Once you figure out the rules, which they're easy to memorize, harder to learn, is sort of the way that I look at it. Um, once you figure out the rules, the next part is figuring out what you want to say and what your voice is. For myself, one of the things that I kept on falling back into whenever I just do random, like just random writing sessions, just blank page, coming up with the character, stream of consciousness type of things. One of the common things I kept on finding is that I keep gravitating towards characters that are inspirational role models, based off people that I've met in my life, characters that I've read in fiction. Uh, I found that because a lot of the television shows and movies I was watching, there weren't any people. There were characters that I liked to watch, but at the same time, I was thinking, man, if I knew this person in real life, I'd hate their guts because they're an alcoholic, a drug user, they're unfaithful within their relationships, chronic liar, arrogant. What it's like, these are all valid flaws to have in characters, but where's the type of character that you would say to a kid that's kind of going through a tough time and making dumb decisions, like be like this guy. You don't really have that in more of the current media, and that's kind of where I figured out my voice, which is that's how I'd start with my characters, and then I would take a problem and then either a social, like old sci-fi rules, like social commentary things, and expand it to a more abstract form, and then just do a list of like, okay, what are the pros to this idea? What are the cons to this idea? How do some people view the cons as pros, and how do some people view the pros as cons? And uh, you got to do the work and explore it. And when you do that and you have a certain perspective, that helps, because another term for voice, and it's a term that a lot of people, especially nowadays, don't really like, is politics. Because as odd as it is to say, everything is politics. And the reason everything is politics is because politics is rooted in opinion. So everything is politics, not necessarily political, but politics, the personal politics you have, your point of view, your philosophy, your faith, your belief system. That is your personal politic. And you can use that to shape your narrative. And the trick is, well, how do you do that in a way that's entertaining and asking questions, as opposed to just being a preaching certain personal opinions as truth, or as something as real. That's when you start getting out of the creative environment and into the lecturing environment. So, like the base root of any story is, it's always good versus evil. That is politics at its rootest core, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, making something, say, political, or with current day politics, or dated philosophies, things that are very narrow in perspective or too specific of a conflict, that's going to hurt your story, because you're dealing with one subject and one point of view on it, as opposed to exploring the broader aspect of what that subject should be. And that's usually what good science fiction stories are about, is they take an abstract subject that can be applied specifically, but is not committed specifically to that subject. So um, and that's something that you have to, as an amateur writer, as a starting out writer, and even as an experienced writer, have to constantly remind yourself to avoid. If you're talking about a controversial subject and you get too close to the real controversy of it, you kind of have to step back and be like, okay, how do I broaden this out so that people can understand what I'm talking about and my point of view, but not be averse to it because I'm getting too specific with something that of the subject matter at hand. It's a very difficult juggling act to accomplish. So I hope that that helps with regards to voice, just figuring out what it is you want to say, how you want to say it, and it comes with practice, and it comes with doing, and it also comes with getting feedback from people that you trust. They'll also tell your voice if they start picking up, hey, you have the similar themes across these very different stories. It takes a while, but at the same time, Rory, when you know the rules well enough, you know how to break them. And like with anyone, when you're breaking a rule, you want to make sure you're not caught. So you gotta really know the world you're playing in order to pull that off. Neil says, your idea of having Billy's father being a part of the space expedition that captured by Rita was fantastic. Thank you. Also, have you read the Boom Studios comics on Power Rangers? They are shockingly good. I have not, but I have seen advertisements for them for a while now. The art looks pretty good, and I know that they're going really great with the lore. So let's see here. You gotta do the lever. I gotta remember. I got a middle. Go to the right or the left? I think I go to the right. Yeah, I think go to the right, and then the lever again. Yep. Okay, I remember. 22 odd years. I remember. Okay. Sorry about that. With the Power Rangers script, it was really just trying to make sure, because you're dealing with 5 characters, an ensemble cast, and they each have to have their own stakes. So I was trying to make sure that whatever involvement the parents had were relevant to the story so that the teenagers could actually feel like there's something at risk. I played around with it for a while before I figured stuff out, and I wanted to go in a slightly different direction than the show. The show already had the 5 as friends, and that's fine. But again, when it comes to a story, you kind of want to have that friendship forged along the way, because that's always really exciting for an audience. And I wanted to explore some of the relationships and the dynamics, and really just capture the spirit of what these characters were, and not avoid the comedy, because that was one of the things, as silly as the comedy was in the original show, that was one of the charming aspects that the really young kids liked, in addition to the Sentai footage spliced in there. There's a chest. I'm going to get that chest. So that's kind of what I wanted to do, and I wanted to expand on that and not take it in a serious dark tone, because that's just the low-hanging fruit approach to any sort of IP these days. You got to make it dark, got to make it serious. A complete misunderstanding of verisimilitude, which verisimilitude is not making something work in our real world. It's making the fantasy world you're so real that you can believe it's part of it. That's the difference. Superman, the movie, you can believe it's part of our world, but it's definitely not our world. Batman Begins, they try to make it our world, and it's a little bit harder to believe. And I think when you go against the character itself and what it means in favor of quote unquote reality, you kind of take away the part of the character that's incredibly interesting. But that's just my opinion. Let's see. Abdulio, how you doing? Script Doctor, in a previous stream, you mentioned that Young Justice Season 4 was a good one. I had heard it had gone woke with Season 3. Did they manage to shake that off? A little bit, yes. Season 3, Greg Weisman and team were clearly given some mandates with regards to ticking off boxes. And they did their best to try and reconcile it and find logical ways to do that. They had one character who she was killed and then revived by way of a mother box. And they used that to justify her not knowing her identity or her gender or anything of that nature, because her mind was kind of replaced by a machine. And it felt more authentic than some of the other ways other DC shows are doing it. It still had its issues, but season 4 was a bit they definitely learned something from that. And they were also dealing with social issues with regards to like grief and depression. But I think they were having to go this way because their budget for the animation of that show was cut significantly. Like, it's a lot for a cartoon show. It's a lot of talking and not much doing, and that gave away a lot of like, oh, I see what's going on here now. Like, they don't have the money to do the type of stories they did in seasons 1 and 2, which I thought were fantastic. So now they have to go in this direction to kind of essentially buy themselves time so that they can get the investment into the seasons of the larger stories they want to do. One of the key notes with regards to animation to see if they're on a budget or not is just look at the animation around the mouth. If the whole rest of the character is completely motionless and not even really blinking much, but the mouth is moving, it's really just a form of cheap animation. It's not something I think is bad necessarily, but you see that, yeah, they've had to skimp out on what they really wanted to do. But season 4 was pretty decent. It was in a better direction. It brought in Zod. It had an odd pace, and there's some frustrating aspects to it, but it stuck a landing. And I hope that if they do get a 5th season, they're able to get a bit more of a budget in there. They did break up the season into multiple different stories through specific characters of the initial team. And that kind of worked. I think they did do a disservice to Calder because he was in love with a character named Tula who died in the video game, and then they decided to make him gay for reasons. And I would have been fine with that if it was, say, done in the way of a love story where you could actually understand why he fell in love with this man. But they didn't give us that. They just said he's this now and that's it. And it's like, okay, I don't care about the sexuality, but if you're going to do a story about two people falling in love, I want to understand and see two people fall in love. Don't just tell me that they're in love, and that's not interesting. That's not true.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
So Rory Mitchell says, so your writing style often focuses on themes of mentorship and inspiration. Interesting. Those are indeed very important and deep subjects for a writer to explore. Yeah, that seems to be something I found as a commonality. And yeah, I think those are important. They're always interested me. When I first saw Star Wars, all my friends were like super into Luke and Han. I always liked Obi-Wan Kenobi, because there's definitely a deeper story going on there. And I always gravitated towards people that had wisdom. So just getting a drink there, sorry. So that's what interested me. So Abdulio says, Script Doctor, I love seasons 1 and 2. When I had heard what happened with season 3, it was a big monkey's paw. What you said about Aqualad, and I heard that there was some Trump allegories in season 3. Oh, if there were, I completely forgot about them. Just to show you how much they were actually impacted. But yeah, season 3 had Geoforce, and I guess the immigration stuff. They were trying to make like a safe haven for metahumans. I think they also did I think with the help of Zatanna, they did a spell on Artemis to help her get over her grief of Wally so that she could like move on with relationships. I wasn't too. I liked the stuff that they did with Roy Harper and all of his kind of like xenomorph clones because that was interesting, and their take on Arsenal was pretty cool. But I was not impressed with them kind of going or suggesting the route that Artemis and I guess Will Harper is the new one now, the father of Leanne, would be an item. I think that's disingenuous. But I mean, it is what it is. Maybe they've got something more going on there. We also have Joshua Hammond. Hello there, Script. First time here. Well, I'm glad to see you here. Hope you're enjoying this stream of me answering weird questions about, or not really weird, but fun questions about writing while slaughtering hell demons in Diablo and trying to figure out where the heck I'm going here. I gotta find a forge to throw some things in. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, there. Balrogs. Lord of the Rings reference there. All right, there we go. Actually, I got some spells that could help. Haha, that worked. Okay. Holy crap, what the heck is that? I'm running away. Oh my god.
Not enough mana.
Oh, I am not going to make it.
Not enough mana. Whew, just pulled that off. I can't carry anymore.
Okay. Got a unique helm out of that. All right. Let's go back to town. See what happened there. Abdulio, Script Doctor, thank you for insight. It's very much appreciated. I'm now to decide if I should take the plunge in season 3 to get to season 4, or if I should keep my memories intact and remain in season 1 and 2. Well, I can say this. None of the, aside from Calderon, as far as I know, none of the, as far as I can remember, Nightwing and Artemis, Zatanna, they don't have anything. They're not ruined in regards to characters. I didn't feel like there's anything ruined with them. The one thing I didn't like is they changed the voice actor for Beast Boy to basically an emo woke kid. Like, he's not really woke, he's just emo and has the voice of the woke kid who doesn't get laid. It's weird, but that's just the way he is. He's kind of not written too well there. Blue Beetle is still pretty good. Impulse is fine, and yeah, you get some okay moments with Batman. They introduced Hardware and Batwoman, but they're very background characters. So, and memory serves, the plot is not really. The plot, as far as I can recall, with memory-wise, it doesn't really impact what's going on with season 4. So I think you could probably skip it. But having said that, I mean, I'd be surprised if it really does kind of ruin your take on the show.
What can I do?
I think the show is good enough in general that it can overcome some things of those natures. Ooh. Okay. Dexterity? No, I don't need that. That doesn't do much for me. That's silly. 14 to strength. I don't need strength. 6 to all attribute. That's not bad. That's generates life. That's pretty good. 2 to all attributes. That's fine. This hit steals 5% life and 5 spent bonus. Yeah, it's not better than what I got. So I'll just put that over here. As I continue to talk to myself instead of, for some reason, not talking to you guys, let's get back to talking to you guys. Rory Mitchell, wow, that was close. Brutalist was defeated just by the skin of your teeth. Yes, he was. All I have one mana potion to my tune right here. So yeah, that was crazy. That's 4 to 6 fire, and let's see. I don't need you. Okay. So let's heal up with some potions and go and see if we can get that forge solved. Okay. Let's see here. It says Joshua Hammond, don't forget to heal with maple syrup. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the Canadian sugar from maple syrup is definitely addictive. Joshua Hammond. Well, I guess I'll just stick to Young Justice season 1 and 2 then. Although it was nice that a studio got around to bringing a show. Wish they did that more. Did that more. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can skip season 3. I would probably just check out the wiki of it, maybe, and then take a look at season 4. If the first episode hooks you, then you know it's interesting. They bring in the Legion of Superheroes, or at least a few of them, sorry, because they have their own mission and goal. But they again, it's done with reverence to the characters. There's even a nod to Green Lantern, the animated series, in season 4, with a character brought in from that show. But yeah, I would say just read the wiki for season 3 and I mean, you have the benefit now with season 4 that you can kind of binge it, because on the week-to-week basis, it did have a frustrating aspect to it because it felt like they weren't moving at the right pace. But no, it had a good ending. I felt definitely had a nice unification between Superman and Superboy, which I thought was decently done. Oh, gotta watch out for those things. Okay. Abdulio, yeah, Green Lantern, the animated series, was a pretty good show. I liked the buddy cop aspect between Kilowog and Hal Jordan, and the fact that they were trapped in the unexplored aspects of the galaxy or universe, as it were. And their Aya character was interesting, and the Red Lantern ally they had was pretty cool. And it ended on a cliffhanger with the Anti-Monitor storyline. So would have been something cool. There it is. Would have been something cool if they were able to get like a third season and kind of wrap that up a little more. But it was a decently expensive show. CG stuff at that time, yeah, definitely hurt the bank. That's for sure.
Not enough mana.
Okay, so you are lightning out. All right.
Not enough mana.
There we go. Oh, you're fire immune too. Son of a gun. Let's see, are you Mace Mine? Ha ha ha! Feel my frost.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Oops.
Not enough mana.
All right, that yeah. Okay, let's see here. Charlie asks, have you watched Andor? What did you think? I did watch Andor. I'm not personally a fan of Tony Gilroy, not like his writing at least. I think it's too pretentious. I appreciated the structure that they were trying to pull, which is telling stories in like a three episode arc. But I didn't care about Andor. It lost me. They gave me nothing of interest for me to why I'm watching this character. I was far more interested in the Empire side of things. I despise what they did with Mon Mothma. Yeah, they gave us nothing to make that show worth watching. I was much more interested in Lutheran, the Ellen Skarsgård character. I thought he was cool. I did find his speech about what he's sacrificing to be very hollow and kind of BS. Because it's a sacrifice of reputation as opposed to a sacrifice of soul or people. And, you know, and then on top of that, the mentality that you have to fight your enemy with the same tactics that they use against you. That is not Star Wars. Sorry, it's not. That's Maquis, like French Rebellion type of thing from World War II. yeah, so yeah, it was kind of I expected to be a disappointment, and I was hoping it wasn't. But again, I've read enough of Tony Gilroy's work to not be impressed with what he does. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Andor. Neil says it helps that Greg Weisman is really talented. Oh yeah, he did Gargoyles, man. I love that cartoon show. He produced Spectacular Spider-Man and Gargoyles. Yep. Oh, Spectacular Spider-Man was fantastic. That was a great take on the character. I preferred that over the 90s version because the 90s version, Peter Parker just whined and repeated himself a lot. The Spectacular one, he was a different Peter Parker, but felt more authentic Peter Parker. The latter is my favorite animated series, even with its awful third season, which Greg wasn't there. Yeah, I don't remember much of the third season of Gargoyles, but the first season and all the lore of that was established with Goliath and what where he came from and how they got banished across time. That was all cool stuff. I love that.
Not enough manhunt.
They're really coming at me. Ooh, an ambulance. Okay. So let's see here. Joshua Hammond says, I saw Razor appeared in Young Justice. They did that with JL versus Fatal 5, but Bruce Timm worked in Green Lantern animated series. Yes, he did. It even uses his animation models. Regarding Green Lantern series, the Green Lantern movie also affected the show. I wish Beware the Batman was brought back. It was a great series. Did you watch Beware the Batman script? Thoughts? Yeah, I saw it. I thought it was all right. It brought in. I like the fact that it brought in different Batman characters. I like the sub story of Anarchy and Magpie. Those were pretty neat. Voice cast was quite good. I liked who they got to voice Batman. He sounded nice and grisly. But I remember there's controversy at that show because they lost a lot of money having to reanimate the guns because they were originally like real guns, kind of like how the animated series happened. And that was in violation of certain standards and practices at the time. And so they had to reanimate them into more cartoony laser weapons and things of that nature. Yeah, I remember that. But I thought it was all right. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have any much more to elaborate on that. It was cut short. I only think it got a season of memory serves.
Where would I put this?
Something's going. I hope this is the right direction.
Not enough.
Let's see. All right. So, Abdulio, Script Doctor, have you seen Batman the Brave and the Bold? It's a show I don't hear often talked about, but I love how it embraced the fantastical and humorous elements of the comics. Yes, I love that show. That is a very close second to Batman the Animated Series. One of my favorite episodes is the Matches Malone episode, where Batman has this Egyptian cape that grants him 9 lives, and Black Canary, Huntress, and Catwoman have to save him. I dug that. I also like the Music Meister episode. The way that they handled Green Arrow and Black Canary in that show is great. I especially also like the stuff they did with Wildcat and the JSA. Even the stuff with Robin was awesome as well. Really good, fun show. Great introduction to Blue Beetle for people that aren't familiar with the character. Not just the Jaime Reyes version, but the Ted Kord version as well. I like the fact that it jumped around in that time in Batman's career. So they're all just kind of various adventures that he experienced. And in some parts, they also did like series-long arcs with some of the tags and buttons at the end of their shows or at the beginning of their shows. And Diedrich Bader was a great voice cast for Batman. Played it earnestly, even with the goofiness. Really, yeah, highly recommend checking that show out. I'm pretty sure you can watch it on HBO Max. But I got the DVD set. If it does come out to Blu-ray, I'll be very happy because I really enjoyed that show. It's great. I highly recommend it. Oh boy, getting dense with the bad guys here. Let's take a minute, and we are going to go get some more potions. Neil says, I find Batman the Animated Series to be underrated, even with its 3rd and 4th seasons. Also, it has a neat art style. Yes, the Dark Deco art style and the simplistic models of Bruce Timm were quite useful. He then got even more simplistic once they went over to Warner Brothers' full art department as well, by way of like Superman the Animated Series. Joshua, so I'll go easy on the comments for everyone else, trying not to take over and being annoying. No, that's okay, man. You're not annoying. I need something to talk about on the stream, aside from just commenting on the actions happening in the game. But happy to answer these questions, so keep them coming. I'll do my best to keep up with them. I'm on my own to a degree here. We got Charlie. He's the Batman in the Harley Quinn show. Yes, he is. Harley Quinn show, for anyone that doesn't know, is basically DC's attempt to do the Venture Brothers in the DC universe by way of Harley Quinn. First season was okay. I kind of lost interest after that. Didn't do anything for me. Neil, Brave and the Bold was a love letter to the Silver Age of DC and comics. Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Batman comic books circa 1967 to end of the 70s before the 80s. I think that's the sweet spot of the character, in my opinion. Really like the fact that there's it deals more with different aspects of crime, but still gets some of the wackiness of the villains. Does have one story mistake in it, but I completely understand why they did it, which is they put Catwoman on a redemptive arc where she stopped being a criminal, and then she started dating Bruce Wayne seriously, only for the Joker to kind of turn her back into Catwoman later on. They also gave her a subplot where I believe she had cancer, and she had to get Catman's cape to cure herself of that. But aside from those little issues there and spats, I really like that period. I'm not the biggest fan of the 80s, 90s and early 2000 periods of Batman. I think they lean heavily too much on the influence that Frank Miller did with the Dark Knight Returns trade. And I think it's kind of counterintuitive for a man like Batman, who spends his life honing his body and mind to fight criminals, to succumb to the very type of borderline psychotic nature of the other criminals that he faces. Even though I understand the dramatic irony of that and the dichotomy of relationships between Batman and his villains, it just doesn't feel true to someone who is clever enough, dedicated enough, and smart enough to not fall prey to those aspects. So that's just my take on it. And I think if the industry paid attention to that, Batman wouldn't have had so many reboots over the last decade. Let's see. Rory Mitchell, from what I've heard of Andor, it would be hard for me to relate to a main character who is so jaded that he trusted no one. Even hard-boiled detectives in noir need a reprieve from bitterness. Heck, they even have, especially in noir or pulp stories of that nature, the gumshoe has reliable sources and friends that they can kind of trust, or at least trust a little more than everyone else. You kind of need that bit. Andor, I think the only person he trusted was his adopted mother, but the context in that is that she kind of kidnapped him, and it's a jumbled mess. I would have much preferred a series about Kyle Katarn, who is part of the original team that stole the Death Star plans, and he did not die. And I think that was the dumbest thing to do in Rogue One, is to have the very spies that stole the Death Star plans for the first Death Star also die in their attempt to do that, because it's like, well, they're not the Bothams, it's not the Death Star 2. There's nothing wrong with having a secondary rebel cell or rebel team to have their own adventures that run parallel to what we saw in the original trilogy. Same thing goes with Star Trek. There's nothing that says you cannot have a Star Trek series of another ship that is exploring another part of the galaxy at the same time Kirk and the Enterprise are exploring their stuff. There's no conflict in continuity there, because the brilliance of the original series of Star Trek is that the state of the galaxy was not a factor. So you could have another Federation ship exploring strange new worlds and seeking out new life and meeting species that are either warp capable or not, and getting involved in those things, or having conflicts with the Klingons and Romulans or what have you. It doesn't violate anything with regards to the canon that happens in Star Trek. And that was what my hope was with regards to Discovery, until they started releasing promo images, and I had a little encounter with some of the people that worked on that show, and it was doomed to begin with. But there's that. Oh, sorry, Neil. You meant the 2004 The Batman series. It's a really neat action series, although he fought Dracula. Yes, I remember something of that. I can't remember too much of that, other than that fact that I remember they changed the animation style because they said Bruce Wayne looked too much like Jackie Chan's cartoon. I remember that, but not much else out of it. Let's see what else we have here. Abdulio says, I love that Adam West and Julie Newmar played Thomas and Martha Wayne in Chill of the Night. Oh yeah, they did. I they would always come back for other roles and stuff. I especially still to this day really love and appreciate the William Dozier Batman series from the 60s. Despite the humor, it got the moral compass of Batman to a T, which is he's a guy that doesn't drink. He has a lot of discipline. He has a lot of knowledge. He trains his skills and hones his body to be something useful to fight crime. And he's a mentor figure to Robin. And he also cares about people. He's not succumbed to what I would probably call a selfish attitude. Batman is a very selfless character. yes, he is bothered by the fact that his parents were taken from him, but if he is true to form as a person who studies psychology, criminology, and science and whatnot, he would have gone through the grieving process to deal with the loss of his parents and not have it be a burden on him, but usually as more of a guiding star for why he's doing what he's doing. I don't think he'd be so easily triggered by the memories of that. I think he'd have to be in a place where he got over his trauma, and part of the reason he invented Batman is to bring some sort of justifiable meaning as to why this happened, so it doesn't feel so senseless. It's basically turning a senseless crime by way of criminals against the criminals, because it's like, oh, you crossed the wrong person, and as a result, he's now going to make life for criminals that much more difficult. But beyond that, and one of the things I really admired with Batman character is that he doesn't just try to stop the criminals, he also tries to rehabilitate them, and he gives them opportunities to turn themselves in and get themselves on the more correct course of action, at least the way that he interprets it to be. And that's something kind of very interesting. Batman is a character that believes in redemption. I like the fact that you can look at any number of comics, especially in the 60s and 70s, where when Batman is facing off against the Joker or Penguin or Riddler, he's like, give it up, stop what you're doing right now. You don't have to commit to whatever it is you're doing. That's something that a character that cares about people does. And since they started getting rid of that aspect with Batman, he stopped being Batman, in my opinion, and just became basically Punisher, who doesn't really kill. And I don't need a Punisher that doesn't kill, and I don't need a Batman that does. I like the fact that he's supposed to be more of a detective and a person that's trying to help people, even the criminals that he puts away. That's I think is a more heroic thing to do, which goes back into an interesting take with regards to the Jedi. As unthrilling as it is, a Jedi shouldn't be ones that kill the Sith, but instead pull them out of darkness to abandon that lifestyle and walk the path of a Jedi. Because you have this interesting concept when it comes to people that change their minds. So, for instance, you have a hypothetical, or let's say you have a Jedi and a Sith fighting each other, and the Sith has an apprentice, and the apprentice is watching. So, in one possibility, you have the Jedi slay the Sith. The apprentice is going to take the lessons that he learned from his Sith master and say, well, he wasn't evil enough, he wasn't dark enough, he wasn't committed enough to the dark side. If I do that, I can then get revenge and kill that Jedi. So then that perpetuates the Sith going on. But if you have another scenario where the Sith and the Jedi are fighting, and the Sith apprentice is watching, and all of a sudden the Sith lowers his lightsaber and says, "You're right," to the Jedi. The ways of the dark side do not lead to what I feel is best for me, and they decide to abandon the dark side and join the light side. Well, then that creates a conflict within the Sith apprentice. They're like, oh, the master that taught me everything I knew about the Force, and he's now going over to the light side. Why is he going over to the light side? Is he weak? He can't be weak because he's strong, and he didn't lose the fight. He just stopped. Like there's all these things that cause doubt and seed doubt into the Sith apprentice, and that's kind of like the way you sort of destroy an evil idea. And evil is by destroying the evil ideas, by finding better arguments as to why that perspective is incorrect or wrong. And the more you weaken that idea through logic and care, the less likely and less tempting it is to be embraced and followed. And that's kind of how you defeat the Sith. And that's a little bit to the point of how Luke Skywalker saved Darth Vader. Is he stood his ground. He wouldn't buckle. He wouldn't slay his father to satisfy the Emperor. He just pleaded with him to be like, you're really a good man. You've just made a mistake, and despite all your evil, I, as your son, still forgive you. And as a result, Vader turned to the light side, literally tossed the devil over his shoulder in the way of Palpatine, and the Sith were gone at that point. And that's an interesting philosophy. Now, when it comes to further novels and video games, it's kind of boring to have duels where you have to end up selecting conversation options to defeat the Sith as opposed to just striking them down with a lightsaber. So I understand that concept of it afterwards. But I think the philosophy is probably more in line with the Jedi, that, again, if it's all about knowledge and defense and never attack, then the Jedi's philosophy should be to have a very convincing argument to save the Sith from the dark side and bring them over to the light, as opposed to just slaying them and perpetuating the ongoing revenge factor of the dark side by, that the Jedi killed my master, so I'm going to train extra hard to try and kill them type of thing. It just becomes perpetual. But that's just my take on that. Let's see here. What else are you guys saying in the chat? You guys are interesting. Joshua Hammond says, I always agree. Batman has gotten over his parents and became Batman to make sure no one else goes through the same thing he did, even if it still has nightmares of parents' deaths sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he'd be... I mean, I've lost a parent. I have to live with that. It bothers me that I don't get to see them or talk to them every day. But it's a tragic aspect of life that you learn to accept, even though you don't like the fact that you have to accept it. And I think that's part of an interesting aspect of Batman to explore, because to make him hung up on that idea is to put him in a form of Arrested Development, which is, again, also antithetical to the detective arc, which is they don't like to stay in the same place. They like to uncover and solve mysteries and grow and get better at what they do and try to find justice in an unjust world. Sorry. So, and I think that's one of the things that has to be explored more with Batman, because we haven't really gotten that in any of the live action aspects of it. Let's see here. Script Doctor, Brave and the Bold also made a better use of a Martha line in their Versus episode when Batman told Superman, what would Martha think when Superman was under the effect of red kryptonite? Yes. Way better use of that. Trying to save his because, again, in the Brave and the Bold, Batman and Superman are far closer friends than how they're depicted in some of the comics. And I like the cleverness that they do in that show. Let's see what Neil has to say here. That's one of the reasons why I love The Flash. Wally tried to reform his bad guys. It's why the Justice League Unlimited episode about Flash captured that well with Trickster. Oh yeah, that's Flash and Substance, I think, is that episode. That's with the Flash Museum and Batman and Orion helping them out. Oh no, that's a great episode. And yeah, that's kind of one of the things that you see more on the DC side of things than on the Marvel. So Marvel advertised as like the world outside your window, and it was far more of a soap opera style take on superheroes, where from my perspective, DC and Action Comics, until they became one, they were more of the pulp adventure styles, where the problems were not petty relationship stuff, although they did have aspects to that there. It wasn't the focus point of some of the stories. And what I've kind of noticed, at least with Marvel in the 80s, is that they would do some social commentary. They'd have some drama. Like they had Johnny Storm dating Alicia, the Thing's girlfriend for a while, which ended up being a Skrull. And it's like that's kind of just weird why they'd even entertain that. But they had those subplots of a storyline occupy a majority of the content in every issue. So it was kind of weird. It's like, this is a comic book.
Not enough mana.
Why are we talking about who Johnny Storm is sleeping with? Like, this felt kind of weird.
Not enough mana.
But that's what they were doing. we go. All right. Rory says, I'm finding the show a great watch. I've watched the whole series 3 times now, and I think it just hit the right notes. I'm concerned about season 2. Oh, I'm missing what that's. Sorry, I'm not. I guess I missed something. I'm not following that one because you're saying it to Rory, but yeah. So sorry, I'm not able to follow that, guys. Joshua Hammond, I agree. Script people focus and make fun of the forbidden attachments of the Jedi Code when there was a reason for the code of balance between being compassionate versus possession. Yeah, even the Jedi Code was kind of weird because it's like there is no it's like there's no something. There's only the Force. It's like that feels kind of not very Jedi like. Yeah, that I think George Lucas made his own had his own misunderstandings or misguidances when it comes to exploring the lore of the Jedi. Maybe got lost a little bit in the Buddhism aspect of things and some other cultures trying to find it more spiritual. But regardless, I mean, the original trilogy is quite great. It does explain a lot about the Jedi, far more than you would expect on the surface. That's what I like to stick to.
Not enough mana.
Let's see what we got here. Okay. There's got to be some forge around here somewhere for me to destroy this sword, right? Got to be somewhere around here. That Hellsmith is. There we go. Excuse me. All right, we got another guy coming up. Okay. Oh crap! There's another one. All right. Whoa. Infravision, I don't need you.
Not enough mana.
There we go.
I'd have to equip that.
All right. Figuring stuff out now. Okay. Okay. Hard leather armor. I don't need you. But I probably have. Do I have a way to make that work? No, I don't. Okay. 2 infravision. That's not bad. Excuse me. Let's see. All right, let's get back to the chat after I just defeated that guy. Neil, I honestly believe that the sequel trilogy should have taken a page from the old EU and have the Jedi Order. Maybe have Luke dealing with protecting the galaxy, not repeating the prequel trilogy's Jedi errors. Hey, yeah, that'd be something. I do think it was a big mistake for the current regime to have abandoned the EU. I understand why they did it. I don't think it's a smart reason, but I understand why they did it. Is that they have enough Star Wars fans, especially their hardcores. They didn't want to give them something that wouldn't surprise or entertain them. Unfortunately, what they replaced it with neither surprised nor entertained them. So there you have it. Joshua, well, at the point of the prequels, the idea because the Jedi became more dogmatic with their code because of being too entrenched with the Republic, which was a perfect system at that point. It was too corrupt at that point, and the Sith infiltrated and cranked up the corruption to 11. That's one aspect of it. I think one of the oversights of the prequel trilogy is that Obi-Wan described the Jedi as guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic, but not guardians of peace and justice for the Old Republic. It sort of precludes the idea that they were independent agents that fought for peace and justice. But in the prequel trilogy, they end up being arms of the government, which seems also kind of antithetical to a culture like the Jedi. The only authority I think they would abide by would be the authority of what the Force provides. And no government, no matter how good or bad, would probably be considered more pure than the concept of the Force by way of the Jedi. That's at least my take of it. And I think that was kind of the misstep for the prequel trilogy.
Thank the light.
All right. Ooh, I got a mace. A unique mace. Yeah. I like my maces. Okay. So that quest is done. Great. What are you guys saying in the chat? We have Neil, the KOTOR game did a wonderful job exploring that element. It's funny how Lucasfilm had such hubris in writing off the prequel trilogy when the problem wasn't the politics, but how it was done, and they paid for it. Yeah. I've only dabbled a little bit in the KOTOR games, but they have a huge fan base, and a lot of people really like them. So it's something I might explore in the future. I have played Knights. I have played the Old Republic online. My sister really loves that game, so I played with her for a while on that, and I dug it. It was cool. So I liked some of the stories that they had there, and yeah, every once in a while when she has time, she'll phone me and say, "Hey, hop on, let's play." And yeah, I do. I even got to play a little bit with Ord's board way back.
Hello, my friend. Stay
Last
a
year,
while
I
and
think.
listen.
And that was a lot of fun. Wish we could have continued that, but schedules weren't always great. Abdulio says, I'd love to see you tackle Fallout 1 and 2. It came out around the same time as Diablo 2. It's a much slower paced game, turn-based RPG. That would be cool. I do have... I've got a Fallout for the Xbox 360. If I can figure out how to plug that in online, I probably might play that with you guys. Let's see. The Spirit Visor Full Helm. 99 enhanced armor. That's not bad. Attacker takes 7 to 9 damage. That's pretty good, but it doesn't steal life, so that's 10 to strength. Don't need that. 1 to vitality. Don't need that. Fight radius. Don't need that. Here we go. A mace. 8 to all attributes. I like that. Chance to hit plus 25%, 150% enhanced damage. Fire hit 20 to 30. It's pretty good. 30% light radius and indestructible. That is it's 9 to 24, 5 to 35. It's a closer hit. Yeah, very fast. Normal. Ooh. Fire hit damage 1 to 10. Oh, I like the mace though. Well, let's try it out. I'll put the Griswold's Edge in the inventory here. Got some more books. Oh, I wonder if I could see. It's 2 attributes, it's 3 to magic. Do that. 9 to magic. Another 10 to magic. Let's see. Oh, even with all this stuff, I don't have enough. Oh, wait, I got a magic elixir. There we go. There we go. I read all those books with the magic elixir help. Okay. That worked out well. Bring it back to how they were before. You guys here. And I'm going to put that in this place. I think another character could have more advantage of that than I. Let's get some more health potions.
What
All right,
ails
so,
you, my friend?
man, that took 3 hours just to do that one quest. But it's cool. All right. And I'll go get some more mana potions and see if we can find another quest before the before I call it. So that'd be good.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Ooh. Let's see here. Book of Insanity, Book of Sacrifice. I don't need insanities. All right. Let's see here. Joshua says, I binged the sequel trilogy, and putting the controversy aside, the films are clearly disjointed in terms of story and overarching narrative, especially Last Jedi, where not much happened. Yeah, it's basically a movie where they're running out of gas. Not much going on in that film. Neil, I highly recommend them. I believe he's talking about the EU. They are a nice blend of the OT and PT and what I expected from the sequel trilogy, but that clearly wasn't the case. No, it was not. Charlie says, gotta go. Great chat all. Thanks for making yourself available for questions like this script. Very generous. Happy New Year's, everyone. Well, Happy New Year to you too, Charlie. Can't wait to see you again in the new year. Abdulio says, Script Doctor, if it's on the 360, then it's probably Fallout 3 or New Vegas, which I don't recommend on consoles due to their buggy nature. But if you play New Vegas. Fallout 3's writing is terrible. All right, I will keep that in mind. Neil, what I find more offensive than anything about the sequel trilogy is Rian Johnson having the hubris to use a rough draft and say it was fine, and worse, want to purposely divide people and not seeing 7. Yeah, again, a good writer doesn't settle on a first draft. They know better than that. I've never been a fan of Rian Johnson. I think the best movie he ever made was Brick, and even that is not too great. Also, the audio on it is terrible. You have to watch it with subtitles because they didn't record the sound properly. But it's basically what Ryan Johnson thinks is a film noir taking place in high school, and it's not really anything like that. Abdulia says, script doctor, Fallout went through a change of ownership like Star Wars. The only ones made by the original devs was 1 and 2 and New Vegas. The rest are by other companies, mostly Bethesda. Bethesda did do Fallout what Disney did to Star Wars. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know much about the video game developing side of things. I kind of bowed out of that shortly after I went to college and got really busy with screenwriting. I remember when Activision changed ownership, and then yeah, it's about the last. Not Activision, sorry, Blizzard changed ownership. That's kind of the last I can recall of it. So let's explore a little. There's a rags down here I wanted to get, and then we'll start exploring some of the rest of this level, and then go back to hell. See if we can find a. There it is, hard leather armor. Let's see. Yeah, that's not bad. What's my damage like? 45 to 85. That's pretty good. Probably should have checked that in comparison to Griswold's Edge. I'll do that when I go back to town after. But for now, let's kill some more demons. Find some more loot. Not bad. Joshua says, and I got sorry to see your correction there. I'm not sorry. Ryan Johnson on making films to divide audiences is stupid. That's not how you make films. No, what you want to do is you want to make films that get audiences talking to each other about it. A poor way to do that is to divide audiences. A good way to do that is to showcase different perspectives that kind of come in conflict with each other, but not in the context of good or bad, but in the context of, was this really what they were getting? Was this really what this one character wanted, or was it something more deeper? Just trying to get conversations about your movie is really what you're striving to achieve with your stories. Like, you want to tell a story that people can be like, oh, I want to see more of this world, or I want to understand more about what was going on. I only got a sliver of something that is so interesting and so fantastical that you need more. Like, that's the type of stuff you want to go for. Very difficult to achieve, but when you get it, you're really happy that you got it. And the audience is also happy that they got it too. Let's explore some of this stuff up here before we head back. I have been to the. Is that? Oh, that's just how it ends on the map? Oh, there we go. That makes more sense. Well, there's that part on the map to explore. There might be something useful there. Joshua Hemmon, my bad. My last comment didn't make sense, but I agree. Script, you make films that get people talking and debating about elements, if not divide and not dividing them. Oh no, I got what you're saying. So yeah, you just want them to debate the elements or explore the possibilities. Doing a movie that gets fans involved enough to start coming up with their own fan fiction is always fun, because sometimes they're able to explore an aspect of the imagination that you haven't. No writer with their salt and pepper steal from those parts, but they do like the passion and the love that comes from it, because it shows that they actually, they hooked an audience.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yeesh.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Okay. That was intense. Oh, more.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Oh, another amulet. Nice. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Abdulio, Script Doctor, New Vegas was bittersweet, as it was a taste of what could have been if they still owned it. They got one more shot making another game, but with a very tight deadline. Oh, that's unfortunate. Bethesda usually takes 3 to 4 years to make a Fallout game. New Vegas dev team had a fraction of that time and still blew Bethesda out of the water. That's good to know. And we got Blair de Blair says, hello, Script Doctor. Well, hello. Nice to see you here. Yeah, glad to have you here on the stream. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's Eve today and New Year's celebration this evening. I am just having some fun hanging out with you guys here, playing some games until I have the friends and family beckon me for whatever New Year's thing that they want to do. Like, we already agreed it's going to be at home, not going out. So, see what happens. See if it's going to be friends coming over, or if it's just going to be me and the girlfriend tonight. Either way, I'm happy with whatever ends up transpiring. And I hope all you guys there have something to do as well, with friends, family, loved ones.
Not enough mana.
Okay, good. Got rid of that guy. Okay. And we got Snowdub here. Happy New Year, Snowdub, thanks for swinging by. How are you doing? Okay. What's that? Got an elixir of strength. And we got some books. Cool. More spells are Book of Lightning Wall.
I have no room.
Oh, got some more guys over there.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
All right. Not there.
Where would I put this?
Another axe. Don't have room. Okay. Let's go back to town, identify, come back, and see what's going on. Also get some more potions.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
All right, one to all attributes. Don't need. Nah. But good to have the gold. Got 121,000 gold pieces. Ooh, 14 to magic. That's nice. Okay.
What ails you, my friend?
There we go. And we're going to go get some more mana potions. I'm going to see if we can get some more books read. With that plus 14 amulet to magic. That's pretty good.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Got Snowdub. Had no idea you had a channel. Laugh out loud. I just said, well, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, got a fun little channel here. This is pretty much what I can afford to do on the time with it at the moment. Yeah, hopefully if things slow down a little bit on the screenwriting side of things, I can get back to making some videos, and hopefully I can circumvent that pesky YouTube content ID and the algorithm there for some of the stuff I want to do. But for now, yeah, just having a little fun with the game stuff. Joshua Hammond says, hey, Script, random question. Have you seen Ben 10? If so, thoughts? It has multiple series. I don't know if you watched them all. I have not seen Ben 10. I am aware of it. I believe he has a watch that allows him to change forms. Yeah, it is what it is. I might check it out, but unfortunately it's not on the top of my list, but I'm slightly aware of it. So yeah, so I see it's not monetized. No, it's not monetized. No, I don't think the channel will be monetized. But I don't know. That might change in the future if I feel like it needs to. But for now, it's just an archive of certain reviews and things that come to mind with regards to writing in general. But yeah, that might change. All depends. If I see an opportunity where whatever money YouTube can provide can go towards a project to fund that I can share with all of you, then maybe I'll do that. But for the time being, that's not the case. But we'll see. We'll see. For now, I'm not in the mood of giving YouTube money. All right. Okay, so no quest yet. For a little bit more of this, and then head down to the next level. See if we can't trigger a quest. I wonder if the last quest is fighting Diablo. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, we got the waypoint. Good. That's the level 14 waypoint. Interesting. Okay.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Mm. There you go. See if there's anything cool up here. Nope. All right. Joshua Hammond says, that's fair script. Ben 10 is my favorite superhero, is why I asked. Hey, that's no problem. Glad that you got a favorite superhero, and especially one that's not the most conventionally obvious one. That's always cool. But yeah, no, one day I'll probably check it out. Let's see. I've explored this map. Okay, so we're going to go down to level 15. Okay. We have Abdulio says, Script Doctor, thank you for taking the time to read my posts. Hopefully you'll give Fallout 1 and 2 a look. They're always cheap on Steam. Will definitely run on your PC. Well, that is good to know. Yeah, this new system, I got it. Had my sister's fiance build it for me. Didn't want to do it, but sadly, the old computer that was 14 years old was coming to its end. And yeah, so he built me another one that hopefully will last another 14 years. Really not enough mana. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. Pick up one more sword before I have to go. Joshua asks, hey, Script, what's your favorite video game or video game franchise or type of video game? As oddly as it's not so much like video games, but video programs. I like things that I can kind of build stuff with. My sister says I'd really like the game Minecraft, but I've never played it. I used to like SimCity. Actually, I still to a degree like SimCity. I was originally going to do a live stream of SimCity 4 and build a Gotham City. And I might actually do that in the new year. After after I finish having fun playing with the Diablo here. The best part about making a Gotham Sim City is that it doesn't have to be successful because it can be an impoverished city, so that makes things a lot easier. But yeah, I was thinking about doing that. The little bit that I did play of Valheim, I really liked the building of structures. I just dig, doing construction and stuff of that nature. Whew.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
My guardian.
Not enough mana.
A lot of these guys. Immune to lighting. Gosh, there's so many of them. Are they resurrecting? Oh. There we go. Whew, that was a lot of you. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Abdulio, Script Doctor. If Fallout 1 and 2 are too old, then New Vegas is the way to go, as it still retains the writing and heart of the originals. Oh, that's cool. To the original dev team, Fallout was not just a product, but their baby, with the director of New Vegas using his own time to continue to update the game via mods after he legally wasn't allowed to update the game further. And oh, that's cool to know. I mean, hey, Gonzalo Bergali's here. Says, nice job. Thank you. Yeah. Getting through all those crazies. There was quite an undertaking. Lots of them. And there's just more. Okay, let's
Not enough mana.
Also immune to fire. Oof. Getting a lot of gold out of these guys too. That's cool. All right, that's my ice spell. Maybe they're not immune to that. Okay. They're not.
Not enough mana.
Okay. So many of them.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Ah, there we go.
I can't carry anymore.
He's right. Okay. Golem, I could use that. Oh, there's a dude. Probably got a quest for me. Question is, if I click on him and get the quest, is he going to kill me? I'm not going to take any chances. We're going back to town and potion it up. Joshua Hammond has asked, Script, have you played the Batman Telltale series? If so, thoughts? I personally like the series. No, I haven't, actually. I have not checked out any of the Telltale
I sense a soul in search of answers.
games before. I assume that they're a lot of fun. They've been quite successful for them to make them over and over again. So, no, but I haven't checked them out. The last Telltale game I remember playing, or at least seeing, was a Back to the Future one, which I thought was pretty decent. I'm gonna find that. Okay. See here, what you continue on saying it's different take of Batman, but unfortunately, some aspects of the story later became the modern take, Batman being a straight rich white man who punches the poor, which isn't true. No, that isn't true. One of the stories of Batman's strategy is that he does have charitable contributions to Gotham, but he doesn't invest in anything that is corrupt. And unfortunately, there's a lot of corruption in Gotham, so he doesn't get. So him throwing money at problems doesn't actually solve the problem, because that money is going to go to the criminal element that's furthering the problem. That's one of the things that bothers Batman a lot. So that's why he works to do that. Okay, that's not that. That's not that. Okay. Oh, here we go. We're getting some more quests. Let's see what the barmaid has to say.
Pray your pardon, but I have something to tell you that you may find interesting. It was the strangest thing. While drinking at the tavern, Farnham was rambling about something called Azurath. He also said something about a fallen angel. It was hard to understand him because he was very drunk and disoriented, but I seem to remember something about a key in a barrel. He also kept covering his face and repeating the word Iswal over and over again.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's Iswal the Fallen Angel. Interesting. Okay. All right. Something's going on there. Okay. Let's see if we can boost some magic here. That. 139. Magic is okay. All right, doesn't boost anything more. Okay. Let's see which does more damage. So that one does 28 to 52, 45 to 85. Yeah, we're sticking with the club there. Okay. All right.
What ails you, my friend?
Okay, that's enough for now. Okay, so let's go see what that other guy gives as a quest, and if he tries to kill me.
Please, don't kill me. Just hear me out. I was once captain of King Leoric's knights, upholding the laws of this land with justice and honor. Then his dark curse fell upon us for the role we played in his tragic death. As my fellow knights succumbed to their twisted fate, I fled from the king's burial chamber, searching for some way to free myself from the curse. I failed. I have heard of a golden elixir that could lift the curse and allow my soul to rest, but I have been unable to find it. My strength now wanes, and with it, the last of my humanity as well. Please, aid me and find the elixir. I will repay your efforts. I swear upon my honor.
Okay. So we got that going on. We've got to find the elixir. Cool, a ring. nothing there. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Grand room. Nothing in that body. Ooh, leveled up again. Nice. God, what should I put my points to? Strength, magic, dexterity, maybe. Six points. Do. There we go. Wow.
Where would I put this?
All right. Okay, let's go back to town. See if there's another quest. Get us all
Hello, my friend.
Pippin didn't have
Stay
anything.
a while and listen. Well, what can I do for you?
Solve that.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Book of Golem. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if I can get a golem up, that'd help. He could hit some of the guys that I need. Let's see, did Wirt have anything to say?
Psst, over here.
No, he doesn't have anything. What's my magic at? It's 138. Oh, I'm 1 point behind. Well, maybe I can Maybe he's got
What ails you, my friend?
No, he doesn't. Son of a gun.
What ails you, my friend?
1 point. Even with my elixir magic going on, 1 point. Okay, no worries. We'll get the golem later. Let's see. Joshua Hemmond says, "Hey, Script, have you played Mass Effect trilogy? I've played the first 2 Mass Effects way back in the day. My roommate at the time played Mass Effect 3. I watched him play that. We both did not like the direction that went, to say the least. But I dig the Mass Effect. I really enjoyed the series, like the world and the concept behind it. There was a short cartoon made right at the peak of Mass Effect that we all thought was going to probably lead to them doing universe type thing going on with that. But unfortunately, that never came to fruition. I don't know what reasons prevented that from happening. But it was really, really cool. I mean, the species, the world, the technology, all a fascinating and very refreshing science fiction tale. So, yeah, kind of sad to see the franchise sort of peak and valley as quickly as it did. Okay, that part's explored. Oh, there's something over there. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Oh, filling up that inventory fast. Okay, look at all the potions I got. Let's get you.
Where would I put this?
I can't carry anymore.
There we go. Might as well use some of the potions and things to my advantage. I think these other guys are not immune to fire. Oh, geez, there's a lot of bodies on spikes. There we go.
Not enough mana.
Let's see. So let's see. Josh says, "Did you see the Mass Effect 3 ending before the expansion disc, the expansion DLC that came later at the time?" I did. I did not. I don't remember much of it other than the fact that he had like 3 choices and all of them were kind of lousy. And then says, Script, did you see the Mass Effect 3 ending before the expansion DLC that came later at the time, or didn't like the ending or endings in general? EA, unfortunately, was the reason for why Mass Effect 3 ending. Yes, so I have heard. It's yeah, I don't remember much of it other than just being we had 3 choices, all of them kind of sucked. I think Shepard died, and yeah, the world is kind of saved, but destroyed at the same time, if memory serves. It's not very satisfying. Kind of a what the heck conclusion. Yeah. That's the best I can remember at this point.
I have no room.
Okay, that seems to be all of that explored. Where's this elixir? Let's see here. Latau Fanatique for Life has asked, hello, Script, is the RX 6700 a good GPU to buy for my PC? I want to upgrade from my GTX 1070 Ti. I have no idea. Again, my sister's fiance built this machine for me. I don't really know the specs offhand. All I know is that I asked it to be able to run Nuke, which is a post-production special effects software similar to After Effects, and that's what this can do. And it does a pretty good job with it. That's as far as I can actually remember. I might have some of the boxes around of the stuff that I have, but again, I did not get any top of the line stuff. I just said these are the bare minimum requirements I need to run this stuff, if you can find me something reasonably priced that has these things or better, please do so. And he did. And now I'm on this thing. One thing that's cool is that I can now watch 4K Blu-rays without any lag on this machine now. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. All right. They have MJ1 Media says, "Hey there, Script Doctor. How have you been? I've been pretty good. Recounting the last year has been alarmingly busier than expected, but really good. Got a lot done. Networked some more. Had some great opportunities to get some stuff produced, and just going to be running with those in the new year. I hope the 2023 does not speed along as quickly as 2022 did. That I know some people found 2022 to be kind of is this a portal somewhere? Feels like there's a portal here. 2022 to be pretty terrible. I completely understand that and empathize. But for me, it was better than I expected, and no, not really anything to be disappointed with. So yeah, that's down to level 16 already. Wow. I feel like there's something more I gotta be doing on this level.
Please, don't...
Okay. I guess not. All right, let's oh, there's a chest. Level 16. Level 16 feels like it's that's the last level. Wow, there's a lot of those guys there. Ooh. That's a bonus. We're getting into the naked succubuses.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Getting some more jewelry. That's not bad. Oh, there's the golden elixir. Okay.
Not enough mana. I can't cast that yet. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
go. Load this up. Get that golden elixir. And yeah, then I think yeah, we'll call it after that because that'll be about 4 hours. Oh, wow.
Not enough mana. I need to get this thing done. Not enough mana.
Oh my God, there's so many of them.
Where would I put him? The room? Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Okay. That's all right. So go back up a level, see if we can help that that knight. But first, going to go back to town. Get some potions. Blair says, I think you make a portal on that spot. Ooh, I think I know what you're talking about. I might have to do that.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
Needs nothing. That's not bad. Resist all 15. No. Okay. All right. Let's drop off those books. Get some mana.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
All right. Let's go help that knight. Maybe I got to kill him afterwards. Seems like a Diablo thing to do. Now, is he up here? Or is he down there? Oh, full healing potion. Okay. Probably down. Ooh, small chest, missed that. Okay, here we go. And he's probably going to kill me.
You have saved my soul from damnation, and for that, I am in your debt. If there is ever a way that I can repay you from beyond the grave, I will find it. But for now, take my helm. On the journey I'm about to take, I will have little use for it. May it protect you against the dark powers below. Go with the light, my friend.
Oh. All right, then. Okay, so that's the horned helm. Now let's see what Blair to Blair said holds up, and I cast a portal on that that weird spot that back there. It's not there. I think it's over here, right? Oh, yep, there it is. Before we do that, I'm going to go back to town and get that helm identified. Blair to Blair was right. Thank you very much.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
What's this helmet do? Okay. Plus 12 the strength, 12 the vitality, 60 enhanced armor, resists all, 20%, minus 20 light radius, minus 30 mana. Ugh. Now my crown's better, but another character might like this, so I'll put you there for you. Okay. Then we'll do a backup portal. And we'll go into that red one. Portal to the Temple of the Damned. That sounds enticing. And that doesn't do anything to you. Oof. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. And I'm dead. Wow, that is intense. I need a golem. So let's go back in town. Good thing I got that portal there.
What ails you, my friend?
You. Let's see here. My mana is 93. Golem spell. Let's go to my books. Stone Curse. I need 85 mana to cast it, so I can cast one. All right, that's good. Let's do that. You know, it's going to die quickly, but it might buy me some time. I'll give it a minute to recharge here. And that also give me some more. Okay. There we go. I need use yellow. Okay. Oof. Got close though. Look at that. Need to. Do I have a flash? I do have a flash spell. Level 5. $20 mana. Okay, that's not bad.
What ails you, my friend?
Blair Bear says, need to put your back in a corner so they can only attack from the front. Yeah, probably. I'm going to temporarily get the flash spell being my F5 here. F6 for that. This is a nice phasing. All right, let's try that. And leave skill. Let's take a look at those skills. Skill power modifier. Costs some mana. It does plus 28 to hit, 25 damage. Mighty strike that repels enemies in front of the warrior. Temporarily increases defense. And then... that might be useful. Armor 54, duration 3. That's 43 points to damage. Okay. Let's see if that can work out a little.
Not enough mana.
Full peeling potion over there. And we're going to do... There we go. All right, let's see how if we can survive this one now. There we go. Gotcha. Okay. That worked. Look at that. Flash helped. Okay. I don't think I need you anymore. Okay. All right, let's see what else this level has to offer, and hopefully not as many of those crazy and pesky knights. Ah! The heck? Thanks. Let's head back and resupply. All right. Look at that, Blurber. Good job. Rory Mitchell, good job, script. Joshua Hammond, good. Yeah, woo. Yeah, indeed. That was nuts, but fun. Worked out.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Well, what can I do for you?
All right, let's get some more potions.
What ails you, my friend?
I'll put you here just for a moment. So there we go. Get some more mana.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Yeah. Just load up a little.
Not enough mana.
Oh man, still requires 9. How much mana do you require? 85 mana. There we go. Okay. I don't even know what quest this is exactly. We got a lever. Oh, that can't be good. Got some gold pieces from that guy. Ooh.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Whew. And this is why we stock up. Okay. Well, I got some breastplate, plate mail. Okay. $200 hit points they got, eh? Wow. Ooh. What the hell was that? Arch Rector? That's a funny name. Oh, wow. Cool. We got sash, a set belt, and a temple's quest item. Okay. Interesting. All right, so that's explored. That's done. That was a thing. Oh my god, I took away and I got crazy porn bots here. All right, so Joshua says, by the way, Script, I came from Midnight's Edge and kind of forgot you had a channel. Don't worry about it. And oops. Bot removal services required. I'm on it. All right, let's head back. Let's see quests I can unlock here.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
So this is the Azura's Ironstay Bite belt. Okay. Hit recovery, 8 to strength. All right. And this is Temple's Keystone Quest item. I'm not familiar with the
Well,
temple.
what can I do for you?
So that's interesting. A 19 to dexterity, hit recovery speed, resist fire. That's all right, but not better than what I got. Nothing advantage anywhere else. But we will. Oops. There's a set item. Do I have set items in here, or do I have you over there? All right. All right. So Blair says you use that stone back there to open the middle of the map. So I got to place it back in that spot that I was in, eh? Okay. Let's get some health and start doing that.
What ails you, my friend?
All right. So got the stone. So I've got to place it somewhere, right? Big fallen angel boss. Okay. Well, there's a belt. There should be a pedestal somewhere I put it on, right? Blair to Blair, if I'm not mistaken. Other side of the map. Yeah. Okay. There we are. There's the Grim Pedestal. But let's get a golem just in case. And
How much suffering, mortal, does it take before you lose your grace?
oh man, that was oh my god, he's dead. Oh my god, that guy was tough. Oh wow. Gotta figure out some other strategy there. It's cool.
What ails you, my friend?
What spells do I have that could hurt that guy? That's maybe the lightning spell, but maybe. Yeah, Iziel does hit hard. Use the vitality thing.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Valiant Strike could help. The Lightning Wall, but I also have a Firewall spell that could probably do some damage. 6. Frozen Orb spell. What does that do? 10 ice shards per second, slow duration. Well, that thing's already ice, so that's not going to do anything. This is a fiery being that seeks and destroys enemies. Summons mind mace that crushes enemies on its way. Yeah, they're too fast to run from. That is for sure. So. I don't know. That's a good hit. It goes down to level 15. And gotta find a way back. I don't want that spell. I want you. Okay. Oh, I can even see him just coming up from here right now. It's the freezing that sucks. Yeah. And we're dead.
Not enough mana.
Ah! Oh, and he's still chopping up my corpse. Look at that.
What ails you, my friend?
Let's see. Okay, let's give this another shot. It's a refresh from her. Let's take a look at this. So this does 43 points of damage. This one does 25% more damage. Is that 87? No change. Okay, so let's keep that.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Bone spirit. Might as well. So Blair to Blair suggests getting him into an entranceway and set up a firewall and make him stand in it. I will try to do that. Might also try to do a bunch of guardians too. They target. Here we go. All right. Wow. That was crazy fast. Try some more. $85 mana, okay.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Son of a gun. Gosh. Ah, so close. That
What ails you, my friend?
let's repair some stuff here.
Well, what can I do for you?
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Let's need more mana. Create more things. Okay. Ooh. Take a strength potion. Let's see. I probably will have to, but I just want to get. Oops. Guardian is 58 mana. So yeah. Okay. Oh, did I do it or die? I did it.
Warrior of light.
Whew. That took some effort there. What was that? 5 times I died at least? Whew. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got in here now. All right. So now that he's dead, I'm assuming I gotta open a portal here. Is that what it is? Nope, that's okay. Well, let's at least go back to town for the next minute.
Azurath and Izua. I don't know why I didn't remember that story earlier. I've heard it often enough from my grandmother and Cain the storyteller. Well, I hope that my information was still more of a help than a hindrance. May light guide you, my friend.
Okay. Let's see what we get from
Hello,
here.
my friend. Stay a while and listen.
So that's the Azurath Rapier. It's very fast attack speed, 10 to all attributes, not bad. Chance to hit, 35%. 8 to 20 cold damage. 25 increases attack speed, okay. Minus 40% to all requirements, that's not bad. 5% chance to holy bolt on striking. Let's see what damage is that like on this. Less damage, but more chance to hit. Still good. Ooh, 12 to magic. Okay. We're gonna keep that sword here. And we're gonna sell the rest of the stuff.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Yeah. All right, that seems to be it for the quests so far until someone else gives me something new. But this has been going on for about 4.5 hours, which is pretty epic for me. I don't usually stream that long unless it's a Midnight's Edge show. So we're going to just get the health potions topped off, and then we're going to call that it for the day.
What ails you, my friend?
There we go. All right. So that is going to be it for the rest of this year today. Rory Mitchell asks, would the increased attack speed on the Azurath result in more DPS than your current weapon? It might. I'll consider that for later, but for now, this is going to be the end of the stream for the year. Thank you, everyone who has been watching me play this game and answering my questions and listening to me sort of ramble and talk and so forth, and die multiple times fighting these guys. Really appreciate you hanging out with me today. I hope you all have a wonderful New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And yeah, we'll see you until next time. Hopefully I can get another one of these streams in real soon. But thank you so much for joining me today. And yeah, if you're watching this on the replay, please leave a comment and or a question. I'll do my best to get back to you and answer that. Until then, have a wonderful 2022, and may you have an excellent 2023.